Recording in progress.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to APAT International Symposium 2021. Allow us, from the event organizer, Bahasa Global, to present the user guide how to use Zoom and interpretation feature. Bapak Ibu sekalian, mohon pada saat masuk Zoom meeting, klik join audio. Mohon peserta mute mikrofon bila sedang tidak berbicara dan selalu menyalakan video selama meeting berjalan. Mohon mengakses Zoom dari koneksi internet yang stabil. Mohon bila berbicara dari ruangan tanpa suara latar. Mohon bila mengakses Zoom meeting ini berdekatan dengan laptop atau gawai lain untuk dapat menggunakan headset karena bila tidak akan menyebabkan gaung atau feedback. Dan yang terakhir, mohon pastikan telah mengunduh atau menggunakan aplikasi Zoom terkini supaya fitur interpretation ini tersedia di aplikasi Zoom Bapak dan Ibu. When you entering Zoom meeting, click join audio. Please mute your microphone when you are not speaking and turn on your video for the whole duration of the meeting. Please access Zoom from a stable internet network. While you are speaking, please make sure there is no background noise. Avoid accessing Zoom nearby other users without using headset because it may cause echo or feedback noise. In order for this interpretation feature to be available in your devices, please make sure that you are using the updated Zoom application. Berikut panduan cara mengaktifkan fitur penerjemahan pada aplikasi Zoom apabila Bapak dan Ibu menggunakan laptop atau PC. Pada bagian pojok kanan bawah akan terdapat lambang bola dunia. Mohon untuk klik language interpretation dan memilih bahasa yang Bapak atau Ibu inginkan. Mohon tidak perlu mute original audio dan tidak perlu pindah channel saat berbicara. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are accessing Zoom using a PC or a laptop, simultaneous interpretation services are available. You can go to the bottom right of your screen. There will be a globe icon or language interpretation button. Click it and select the language that you wish to listen. We recommend you to not mute original audio, and if you would like to speak, you don't have to turn off the interpretation button as well. Bila Bapak Ibu sekalian mengakses Zoom meeting kali ini menggunakan HP atau mobile phone, fitur penerjemahan secara simultan juga tersedia. Bila Bapak Ibu ke pojok kanan bawah, akan ada tiga titik. Jika klik, akan ada language interpretation, lalu klik, pilih bahasa yang Bapak atau Ibu inginkan, dan tidak perlu mute original audio. Dan terakhir, jangan lupa klik done bila sudah selesai. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are accessing the Zoom using a mobile phone, simultaneous interpretation services are available. You can go to the bottom right of your screen. There you will see the three dots. Click it and click language interpretation and select the language you wish to listen. We also recommend you to not mute original audio and don't forget to click done when you have selected. Bapak dan Ibu, guna memastikan kelancaran pertemuan hari ini, host dan co-host berhak melakukan mute audio atau stop video para peserta yang sedang tidak berbicara saat mereka tanpa sengaja menyebabkan gangguan terhadap acara. Ini dilakukan untuk menjamin suara pembicara dan juru bahasa tetap jelas. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasama Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that to ensure the smooth running of today's meeting, the host and co-host reserve the right to force mute the audio or turn off the video of participants who are not speaking. They may be intentionally causing disruption to the meeting. This is to ensure that the audio of the speakers and interpreter remains clear and all the time. We thank you for your cooperation in this matter. Have a productive meeting. Suara.
Private sector involvement in strengthening disaster resilience capacity in search of a locomotive for economic recovery after pandemic. My name is Maria Dianurani. It's an awesome and precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony in this morning on Thursday, 11th of June 2021 from the Shangri-La Hotel, Jakarta, Indonesia. In this lovely moment, I would like to welcome our distinguished guest, His Excellency Kenji Kanasugi, Ambassador of Japan to Republic of Indonesia, Madam Dilini Jayawardana, the first Secretary of the Embassy of Sri Lanka, Ms. Kari Anarkoli, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Bangladesh, Bapak Zaherman Muah Bezi SH, Head of Legal and Partnership Bureau BNPB, Bapak Muksin, Assistant Deputy Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, Bapak Hengki Manurung from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Mr. Kenzuki Onizi, APAT CEO, Bapak Heru Prasetyo, Bapak Krishna Pribadi, Bapak Edi Rashid Darajat from APAT Indonesia Board, and Ibu Sinta Kaniawati, Country Director of APAT Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, this APAT International Symposium is aiming at opening opportunity for regional partnership through the sharing of experience from recovering and building forward better from multiple major disasters, in particular from a COVID-19 pandemic impact. The strong engagement of the business sector is expected to serve as engine for economic recovery in the new normal situation. In this international symposium is also planned to serve as a warming up to the upcoming global platform for a disaster risk reduction 2022 in Bali. In this event, we would like hearing opening remarks, keynote speeches, and sharing experience from the APAT member states. We would also witness the launch of APAT Global Partnership signing. This event is organized by APAT Indonesia, supported by BNPB, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Japan, Coordinating Ministries of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Indonesia Global Network, and media partner disasterchannel.co. To all online participants, should you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, you may use the chat box. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the event, let us sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darah. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi panduk ibu. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita berseru, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah parahnya, untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Please be seated. Now, the next agenda is remarks, and we'd like to invite to the stage Ibu Sinta Kaniawati from APAT Indonesia, Bapak Zuharman Muahesi SH from BNPB, and His Excellency Kenji Kanasugi, the Ambassador of Japan to Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the first remark will be delivered by Ibu Sinta Kaniawati, APAT Indonesia Country Director. Ibu Sinta Kaniawati, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat dan salam sejahtera. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, we are blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala with great health so that we are able to gather today, both offline and online, to attend this important of APAT International Symposium 2021. Allow me to give a warm welcome to our special guests today who have joined us at the venue in Shangri-La Hotel, Jakarta. His Excellency Kenji Kanasugi, the Ambassador of Japan to the Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Delini Jayawardana, the First Secretary of the Embassy of Sri Lanka, Ms. Kazi Anarkoli, Deputy Chief of the Mission Embassy of Bangladesh, who is joining online, Bapak Zahirman Muabezi, Sarjana Hukum, Head of Legal and Partnership Bureau, BNPB, Bapak Muhsin, Assistant Deputy Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, Bapak Hengki Manurung, Staf Ahli Kementerian Pariwisata and Ekonomi Kreatif, who is joining online, Mr. Kensuke Onishi, as APAT CEO, Mr. Junardi, the President of IGCN, Bapak Heru Prasetyo, Bapak Krishna Pribadi, Bapak Edi Rashid Darajat, the APAT Indonesia Board, and my APAT network colleagues from Japan, Korea, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and of course, my beloved colleagues from Indonesia. colleagues and friends who have joined us online with the same passion in humanitarian field. Most of us here knows very well that our beloved Asia and Pacific region has rich culture as well as natural habitat and resource potential, in which making this region as one of the most attractive place to be and place to go for the holiday, even for business events. However, Asia Pacific is also one of the region with high risk and vulnerable to various disasters, both natural disaster as well as climate change caused disasters. It has impacted not only the people, but also wider community, its livelihood, and even bigger scope of a nation's economy. We have learned that a new form of disaster, such pandemic that we currently happen, has already been a long time and has not only hampered one sector, but also all sectors interlinked within the ecosystem. Therefore, the solution that we should pursue has to be holistic with an integrated effort from the key actors involved, such as government, civil society, academician, as well as private sectors. The private and business sector has a pivotal role in building synergy with other sectors and be the engine or a locomotive for the economic and social recovery after the pandemic, whilst maintaining the capacity to further build the resilience against other disaster which never sleeps. Ladies and gentlemen, APAD was initiated as a transnational disaster aid alliance for the purpose of facilitating collaboration among countries in the Asia-Pacific region, with the aim of delivering effective and efficient disaster assistance through disaster preparedness, risk reduction, relief, and recovery. APAD was launched in Yogyakarta in 2012, coincide with the AMCDRR event with the founder of 6 countries, and you will be hearing from them more about what they have achieved so far. This international symposium, of course, is aiming to opening opportunities for the regional partnership through the sharing experience from the recovering and building forward better from the multiple major disaster, in particular COVID-19 pandemic impact. Of course, we do hope that this is as also a plan for us to serve as a warming up towards the upcoming global platform of disaster reduction meeting in 2022 in Bali. We do hope that this symposium could mark a strong commitment to bring better synergy and collaboration to face the challenge of the pandemic and future disaster. Let's join hands to save more lives and create a better world. We wish to once again share our deepest gratitude to all the organization who has made the effort possible for the symposium, but also for all the APAD contribution to the society. Ladies and gentlemen, let's save more lives and create a better world. Thank you and wish you the best symposium for today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Sinta, for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the head of BNPB, Bapak Suherman Mual Besi SH, the head of Legal and Partnership Bureau BNPB, will deliver the second remarks. To Bapak Suherman Mual Besi, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Yang terhormat, yang mulia Ikinji Kanasugi, Duta Besar Kerajaan Jepang untuk Indonesia, Ibu Miss Dilini Jawardana, Sekretaris Pertama Kedutaan Besar Sri Lanka, Ibu Kazi Anarkoli, Wakil Duta Besar Kedutaan Besar Bangladesh di Indonesia, Bapak Muksin, Asisten Deputi Kementerian Perekonomian, Bapak Ingki Manurung, Staf Ahli Kementerian Pariwisata dan Kreatif, Bapak Kensuki Onisi, CEO dari APED, Bapak Heru Prasetyo, Bapak Krishna S. Pribadi, Bapak Edi Rashid, Bapak Derajat, itu board dari APAD, Ibu Sinta Kaniawati, Country Director dari APAD. Bapak Ibu semuanya, sebelum saya membacakan ini, mohon maaf saya sampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia karena ketatnya waktu saya tidak sempat menerjemahkan dalam bahasa Inggris. Ya, oleh karena itu saya mohon maaf. Yang selanjutnya saya ingin menyampaikan permohonan maaf dari Bapak Kepala BNPB tidak bisa hadir pada kesempatan pagi hari ini karena ada kegiatan yang tidak bisa ditinggalkan di kantor karena ada pelantikan 2 deputi yang kosong selama ini belum nanti pada jam yang sama ini. Oleh karena itu, pertama-tama atas nama Kepala BNPB mendukung upaya yang pengen lakukan oleh APAD Indonesia untuk menyelenggarakan Symposium yaitu Private Sector Involvement in Strengthening Disaster Resilience Capacity Insert of Locomotive for Economy Recovery After Pandemic. Tema Symposium ini menemukan konteksnya di mana Indonesia secara khusus pada saat ini lagi berupaya sekuat tenaga untuk melakukan upaya penanggulangan bencana alam yaitu pandemi COVID-19. Secara regional dan global, upaya yang sama juga dilakukan oleh semua negara di mana tidak ada negara yang tidak terdampak oleh pandemi COVID-19. Pandemi COVID-19 di Indonesia sudah memasuki bulan ke-15 sejak Presiden Jokowi mengumumkan kasus pertama pada tanggal 3 Maret 2020. Selama lebih dari 1 tahun, negara ini telah bekerja keras menjalankan penanganan COVID-19 yang bersifat dinamis, baik dari sisi penyebaran penyakit serta upaya-upaya pencegahan pengobatan yang dilakukan. Pemerintah telah berhasil mengendalikan penyebaran COVID-19 melalui kolaborasi yang apik di antara kementerian dan lembaga terkait bawah koordinasi Satuan Tugas Penanganan COVID-19. Pandemi COVID-19 tidak hanya menimbulkan dampak negatif bagi kesehatan masyarakat, seperti halnya bencana yang bersifat katastrofik, seluruh sektor di masyarakat mengalami dampak yang merugikan, salah satunya adalah sektor ekonomi. Atas dasar hal tersebut, bersama Satgas Penanganan COVID-19, pemerintah juga membentuk Satuan Tugas Pemulihan Transformasi Ekonomi Nasional. Sebagai lembaga yang bertanggung jawab terhadap masalah kebencanaan Indonesia, Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana turut berperan aktif dalam upaya pemulihan ekonomi sebagai dampak dari pandemi COVID-19. Dalam rapat koordinasi kebencanaan tahun 2021, Presiden Joko Widodo memberikan apresiasi kepada BNPB yang telah berperan aktif dalam menangani dan menyelesaikan krisis kesehatan dan ekonomi selama 1 tahun pandemi COVID-19. Dalam skala nasional, melalui Satuan Tugas Penanganan COVID-19, BNPB berperan aktif dalam pembentukan pos komando COVID-19 di tingkat desa kelurahan sebagai bagian dari kebijakan pemberlakuan pembatasan kegiatan masyarakat yaitu PPKM skala mikro. Salah satu tugas pokok posko adalah menyalurkan bantuan sosial dari pemerintah kepada masyarakat yang terdampak. Sampai dengan 8 Juni 2021, sudah terbentuk 9.133 posko di seluruh desa kelurahan di Indonesia dari 33 provinsi. Hasil PPKM skala mikro dengan mengoptimalkan posko desa dan kelurahan saat ini dapat menurunkan kurva kasus COVID-19 yang sempat menyentuh level tertinggi pada awal Februari 2021. Dalam skala lokal, BNPB juga berperan aktif dalam pemulihan ekonomi di Provinsi Yogyakarta dan Bali pada masa pandemi COVID-19 ini. Pada Pada September 2020, BNPB mengadakan program dukungan pemasaran pada kelompok terdampak yang dilakukan melalui pendampingan kegiatan Jogja PPUN Expo 2020. Kegiatan dukungan pemasaran oleh BNPB ini dimaksudkan untuk mempublikasikan hasil kegiatan rehabilitasi dan rekonstruksi pasca bencana serta meningkatkan pendapatan ekonomi masyarakat terdampak bencana. Adapun tujuannya adalah mempromosikan dan mengenalkan produk kelompok masyarakat yang terdampak sehingga dapat meningkatkan penjualan pendapatan masyarakat. Pada akhir 2020, BNPB menyusun rancang bangun pemulihan ekonomi terutama di Provinsi Bali dengan melakukan kunjungan di berbagai titik lokasi seperti kawasan pusat wisata internasional, desa adat, desa wisata, dan usaha ekonomi lokal. Kemudian berlanjut pada Februari 2021, BNPB menginisiasi diskusi kelompok kajian kebencanaan untuk pemulihan ekonomi dan pariwisata di Bali. Salah satu luaran kegiatan ini adalah kegiatan kuliah kerja nyata atau KKN tematik di Bali kembali yang akan melibatkan mahasiswa dan dosen dari seluruh perguruan tinggi di Indonesia. Berkat inisiatif ini, pada awal Maret 2021, BNPB mendapat kepercayaan dari Kemenparekraf untuk melakukan kerjasama pemetaan masalah dan solusi penanganan COVID-19 dalam rangka pemulihan pariwisata di Indonesia. Harapannya diperoleh kerangka kerja yang dapat mempercepat pemulihan sektor pariwisata. Pemulihan ekonomi akibat kebencanaan membutuhkan kolaborasi dan sinergi yang melibatkan 5 pihak, yaitu yang disebut pentahelik, yaitu pihak-pihak tersebut antara lain adalah pemerintah, swasta, akademisi, media, dan masyarakat lokal. BNPB berharap upaya pemulihan ekonomi akibat pandemi 19 yang diterapkan pada sektor pariwisata di Provinsi Bali dapat dijadikan sebagai salah satu model bagi penanganan kebencanaan Indonesia dengan pendekatan pentahelik. Seperti kita ketahui, penyebaran COVID-19 tidak mengenal waktu, lokasi, dan orang sehingga setiap hari beban ekonomi akan terus dirasakan semua pihak jika pandemi ini tidak dapat dikendalikan dengan baik. Artinya dibutuhkan upaya-upaya segera yang dapat dilakukan untuk memulihkan ekonomi masyarakat. Sebelum saya menutup sambutan ini, mungkin dapat disampaikan ada yang 3 halaman yang yaitu status COVID-19 pada tanggal 9 Juni 2021. Bisa? Yang satu lagi. Oh, langsung aja. Oke, baik. Ini adalah kendala kebijakan, kendala persoalan kebijakan yang kita temui, yaitu terdapatnya kesulitan untuk memisahkan antara fase keadaan darurat bencana dan fase pasca bencana dan pasca pandemi. Bahkan juga termasuk fase pra bencana karena ada perencanaan. Apabila tegas sekali pemisahannya, maka kegiatan pemulihan ekonomi tidak dapat dilakukan karena harus menunggu COVID-19 hilang terlebih dahulu dari tanah air. Apabila melaksanakan seminggu rupa, perekonomian Indonesia dapat lumpuh total. Berikutnya barangkali. Next. Oleh karena itu, kegiatan pemulihan ekonomi harus dilakukan secara simultan dengan penanganan COVID-19, di mana Pak Presiden selalu menyampaikan dengan istilah gas dan rem. Kalau kasusnya naik, maka kegiatan atau aktivitas masyarakat itu akan kita ketatkan. Tapi kalau kasusnya menurun atau melandai, itu gas yang akan kita tekan agar roda perekonomian masyarakat itu bisa berjalan. Oleh karena itu, praktek yang baik adalah pembukaan 9 sektor perekonomian tertentu yang dapat dilaksanakan pada bulan Juni 2020, meskipun pada waktu itu kasus pandemi sedang naik angkanya dan belum terdapat vaksin. Berikutnya adalah kerjasama dengan ojek online yang kita lakukan. Kerjasama ini akan melingkupi beberapa hal seperti penempatan konten informasi bencana yang tertanam di aplikasi ojol, pelatihan karyawan dan mitra ojol, dan kerjasama bentuk lain seperti logistik. Next. Berikut. Ini adalah peluang kemitraan pada tingkat regional, di mana lembaga internasional dan lembaga asing non-pemerintah berikan peluang untuk dapat melakukan kegiatan PB, yaitu penanggulangan bencana secara sendiri-sendiri, bersama-sama dan atau bersama dengan mitra kerja Indonesia, dengan memperhatikan latar belakang sosial, budaya, dan agama masyarakat setempat, dan untuk kegiatan yang dilakukan pada fase pasca bencana, maka hal tersebut dikoordinasikan oleh BNPB. Investasi dari luar maupun jalinan perkawinan dengan pihak internasional tidak boleh berhenti meskipun pandemi masih berlangsung. Penekanannya adalah penting di sini adalah untuk kepatuhan protokol kesehatan yang ditetapkan oleh BNPB atau Satuan Tugas COVID-19. Dengan kepatuhan terhadap protokol kesehatan inilah kegiatan produktif yang dilakukan masyarakat lembaga usaha swasta dapat dilakukan. Next. Oleh karena itu, kita harus memperhatikan prinsip kehati-hatian dalam pelaksanaan, yaitu seperti pemberian rekomendasi pengajuan tata niaga impor terhadap swasta yang membutuhkan dengan penekanan bahwa produk yang akan didatangkan memang benar-benar dibutuhkan di dalam negeri, khususnya yang berkaitan dengan penanganan pandemi. Kedua, pemberian rekomendasi terhadap para ahli tenaga atau tenaga kerja dari luar negeri yang terkait dengan proyek strategis nasional untuk tetap dapat memasuki wilayah NKRI. Ini terkait dengan pelaksanaan kebijakan sesuai PP nomor 23 tahun 2008. BNPB bertugas mengkoordinasikan kegiatan pasca bencana yang dilakukan oleh swasta, lembaga internasional atau lembaga asing non pemerintah. Koordinasi berupa pengintegrasian karena tugas tersebut dimaksudkan agar menyelaraskan pemulihan pasca bencana dari berbagai macam aspek yang harus diperhatikan sehingga di samping mendapatkan kontribusi besar dari swasta nasional atau internal, kegiatan pemulihan pasca bencana masyarakat sebagai korban terdampak juga mendapat manfaatnya. Next. Next. Ya, Bapak Ibu semuanya, akhir kata kami berharap simposium ini dapat melahirkan ide-ide aktual, kreatif, aplikatif bagi pemulihan ekonomi selama dan pasca pandemi COVID-19. Dan kami berharap juga Ibu Sinta, hasil dari simposium ini nanti bisa juga kita bawa ke pertemuan GPDR bulan Mei tahun 2022 sebagai satu lesson learned bagi negara-negara lain bagaimana cara Indonesia menangani pandemi COVID-19 ini, namun roda perekonomian rakyat itu tidak terhenti. Demikian Bapak semuanya, lebih kurang saya mohon maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Zahirman Muabesi, to the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome His Excellency Kenji Kanasugi, the Ambassador of Japan to the Republic of Indonesia. Ambassador Kanasugi, the time is yours.
Good morning, selamat pagi, Bapak Zahirman Maududi, SH, Head of Legal and Partnership Bureau, BNPB, Bapak Muskin, Assistant Deputy, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, Mr. Kensuke Onishi, APAD CEO, Bapak Huru Prastio, Bapak Krishna S. Pribadi, Bapak Edi Rashid Darajat, APAD Indonesia Board, Ibu Shinta Kaniawati, Country Director of APAD Indonesia, Ms. Dilini Jawawartumana, First Secretary of the Embassy of Sri Lanka, distinguished members of APAD Network in the Asia-Pacific region, representative of relevant ministries, CSOs, and private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my great pleasure to deliver opening remarks on the occasion of the APAD International Symposium 2021. I would like to express my sincere gratitude and a compliment to APAD Indonesia for organizing this symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, the Asia-Pacific region has been prone to disasters. According to UNESCO, almost half of the natural disasters in the world are concentrated in the Asia-Pacific region, and the magnitude of disasters have become severer and severer due to the effect of climate change. Japan is no exception. This year, in fact, marks the 10th anniversary of the Great East Japan earthquake. At 2:46 on March 11th, 10 years ago, the earthquake hit the eastern part of Japan, including Tokyo, so I felt tremblers that I had never felt before. But it hit most severely the Tohoku region, northeast of Tokyo, causing tremendous damages with the tsunami. At the time, I was director in charge of the overall management and coordination of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Tokyo. I worked to the best of my capacity, worked to coordinate the kind assistance from all over the world, such as the dispatch of rescue teams and financial and in-kind assistance for people affected by the disaster. That was one of the most memorable experiences I have had during my career at the Foreign Service. I cannot be more thankful for the kind assistance from the world, including the Asia-Pacific region. Japan has a long history of disaster management, but this experience of Great East Japan earthquake has made us work even harder to enhance resilience to disasters. Japan has been investing a lot in disaster risk reduction. Such efforts include the installation of meteorological satellites, weather radars, seismographs, and other observation equipment for weather forecasting and disaster monitoring. The renovation of rivers and dams to prevent flooding, the construction of roads for evacuation routes, and the relocation of people to higher ground to prevent tsunamis. These efforts are based on a concept called Build Back Better. Build Back Better means not just to restore the original state, but to make the urban structure more resilient during the recovery and reconstruction phase, such as the mass relocation to the higher grounds as a countermeasure against tsunamis. Japan has promoted this concept, and it was articulated in the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030, which was adopted at the third UN World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction held in Sendai, Japan in 2015. Japan has a long history of international cooperation for disaster management. For emergency humanitarian assistance, Japan has always cooperated against large-scale natural disasters in the region. Japan has dispatched the Japan Disaster Relief Teams, or JDR, to the region 54 times in total, so almost every year. The recent examples include the dispatch of JDL on the occasion of the earthquake in Sulawesi, Indonesia in 2018, and the record-breaking rains that hit Sri Lanka in 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, disasters do not care national borders, so regional cooperation framework is essential to enhance preparedness. The AHA Center, ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance on Disaster Management, is a symbol of such regional efforts. Japan has cooperated with ASEAN to establish the AHA Center through the ASEAN-Japan Integration Fund. Not only at the government level, but also local capacity is the key to enhance resilience to disasters. Here comes the importance of this symposium. APAD has played a key role in enhancing resilience to disasters through its regional civil society network. On behalf of the Government of Japan, I would like to express our pleasure to support the APAD initiative. We are also expecting that this symposium will contribute to the process towards global platform for disaster risk reduction, which will be held in Bali in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has further complicated the landscape of disasters. People affected by the disasters are even more vulnerable to COVID-19. and disasters hinder the health and medical services to be delivered. But disasters do not wait for us to overcome the pandemic. Nowadays, people say the recovery must be green. They say the recovery must come with digitalization. But let me add that the recovery must mainstream disaster risk reduction, build back better, and it cannot be done by government only. All sectors, especially private sector, have to join their hands to build a resilient society to disasters. Let me conclude by wishing all the success of today's symposium, providing opportunities for all present here to share our knowledge and experiences, and thus further enhance our capacity for resilience despite this difficult time of pandemic. Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you very much to Ambassador Kenji Kanasugi for the remarks. And please stay to receive a token of appreciation for your support from APAT Indonesia. Thank you very much, the Ambassador of Japan and the representative of BNPB. You may take your seat. Thank you. You may give applause to the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be listening to keynote speeches. The first keynote speech is from the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs about Indonesia's priority engines for economic recovery from natural disasters and COVID-19 pandemic. The speech will be presented by Bapak Muksin, the Assistant Deputy of Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs. For Bapak Muksin, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Maria. Please, I would like to check my voice or sound. Is it clear enough? Ibu Maria, check sound.
Ya.
Suara saya cukup jelas?
Cukup, Pak.
Oh ya.
Cukup. Ya, terima kasih.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before I start, on behalf of the Coordinating the Deputy for Regional Development and Spatial Plan, Bapak Wahyu Utomo, I would like to apologize because the Coordinating Deputy, Mr. Wahyu Utomo, cannot join us, and I've been appointed to represent him to deliver his speech. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, may peace be upon us all. The Honorable Mr. Kenji Kanasugi, the Ambassador of Japan to Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable the Representative of National Disaster Management Authority, BNPB of Indonesia, Mr. Zaherman Muadesi, the Honorable Speakers, CEO of APAT, Mr. Kensuke Onishi, and Dr. Go Mo Hong from BCM Institute, Singapore, all distinguished speakers, panelists and participants, and special thanks to APAT Indonesia and also Mrs. Sinta Kanyawati as the country director of APAT Indonesia. We appreciate for APAT initiation of this very useful event. I hope that this symposium will be a strategic and visionary step in opening opportunities for friendly and strong regional partnership among APAT member states. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, I fully endorse and will always support the initiative of APAT of Indonesia to organize the International Symposium with the theme, namely private sector involvement in strengthening disaster resilience capacity in search of a locomotive for economic recovery after pandemic or disaster. I think the symposium theme is very relevant with the global, regional, national, and local challenges faced by most of countries in the world, especially in the last decades. Those challenges are natural disaster and COVID-19 pandemic. As we all may know, Asia Pacific region has its natural stage of earthbound disasters. Besides, the Ring of Fire attributes to the vulnerability of Asia Pacific region. Also recently, hydrometeorological disaster is increasing because of anthropogenic climate change. Many people believe that the anthropogenic climate change is closely related to private sector actions in pursuing economic profit without considering environmental and sustainable development principles. On top of that, another threat, COVID-19 pandemic, suddenly emerged and shocked since early 2020. As of June 6, 2021, more than 1.8 million people of Indonesia and more or less 174 million global population have been confirmed to be infected by COVID-19. The pandemic totally disrupts, and changes the way we live, work, and do business. During this pandemic, we have to adapt and adopt. We have to adapt and adopt new way of living and working, as well as new business model and also new business landscape, relying upon digital technology. Therefore, all stakeholders should collaborate, coordinate, and work together hand in hand to find effective and efficient as well as sustainable solutions in coping with the threats of natural disasters and COVID-19 pandemic. I believe that the symposium will come up with useful recommendations. The symposium objectives, among others, to have a better understanding of the new changing business environment and how business effectively cope with, from the shocks of natural disaster and COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, the symposium enables all participants to share experiences on various approaches in addressing challenges and restoring their economy. Lastly, through this symposium, we may encourage partnership to build business resilience. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, secondly, allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to the APAT of Indonesia that has given me the great opportunity to deliver a keynote speech in this symposium on Indonesia's economic recovery strategy for coping with hazard and COVID-19 pandemic. My speech has been divided into some critical points. The first point I'm going to make concern with the overview of global economic growth. The outlook of global economic growth for 2020 is below zero or minus. But in this year, the global economy is projected to grow until 5.5%. Looking into national economic growth of Indonesia, Indonesia performs economic growth in the first quarter of 2021 around minus 0.74%. Nevertheless, the economy of Indonesia is still projected to recover gradually in quarter 2 to 4 this year in the range of 4.5 until 5.5% by several organizations. So on the basis of the economic growth data, both global and national data, we can see that the economic growth recovery still needs a lot of efforts and time so that it finally will reach a positive growth. The second point, my talk will be about the Indonesian integrated strategies on building resilience against natural disaster and COVID-19 pandemic. The strategies are aimed at strengthening health, social, and economic capacity. In terms of health resilience, especially to prevent the uncontrolled rise of COVID-19 cases, the government has been implementing and escalating some strategic programs, such as vaccination program for at least 70% of the total population. 3T program of test, trace, and treat, and a 2-week micro-scale restriction program toward community mobility and activity called PPKM Micro since January until now. The last program includes 34 provinces in Indonesia. In some cases, especially after long vacation, a micro-scale lockdown could be or will be applied at neighborhood level if more than 5 houses have suspects. In addition, the government always endorse and enforce the rule of wearing masks in public places, washing hands, and keeping distance with others. The government fully realizes that any disaster, COVID-19 pandemic in particular, will have deep impact on social and economic resilience of the nation. Not only one or two business sectors suffer from the pandemic impacts, but almost all business sectors, especially tourism, airlines, micro, small and medium enterprises, and so on. Under the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs of Indonesia, the government implements the National Economic Recovery Policy or PEN policy. The NER policy or the National Economic Recovery Policy is aimed at maintaining the purchasing power of community through social assistance, grants, subsidy, labor-intensive projects, and so on. The policy is also intended to help the business continuity through corporate finance support, tax incentive, and others during and after pandemic. In line with the National Economic Recovery Policy, the Indonesia government will also give priority on several programs such as local economic development based on tourism, agribusiness, and circular economy. The second one, labor-intensive job creation by accelerating the implementation of the Act of Omnibus Law or Job Creation Law number 11, 2020. The third, development of national food reserve or food estate development in 2 provinces. This is a national strategic project of Indonesia. And also recovery of tourism and creative economy by accelerating 5 super priority tourism destinations. And the last, domestic product market through the taglines proud to be made in Indonesia and proud to use local products. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, reflecting this symposium theme which focus on private sector business sustainability, we elaborate several vital actions which need to be done by private sector during and after natural disaster and pandemic, such as the first one, the COVID-19 pandemic is a momentum to encourage the private sector through the implementation of the Business Continuity Plan or BCP. The National Economic Recovery Program will not be successful without the support of the private sector. BCP is principally a restoration of a company scale economy strategy, so that if all actors perform BCP, the national economy recovery will run faster. BCP can be one of the game changers in the national economic recovery process. The second one, the implementation of BCP in Indonesia and other countries in Asia Pacific region needs to take advantage of the latest technological advances, including artificial intelligence, 5G network, cloud computing, big data, Internet of Things, and so on. So the combination of BCP and the use of technology is a breakthrough in the context of supporting national economic recovery. The third one, apart from BCP, the private sector together with other stakeholders needs to start building a common disaster awareness culture, considering that Indonesia is located in the Ring of Fire, which is prone to disaster related to climate change. The disaster awareness culture is realized, among others, through private sector investment in financing disaster risk mitigation efforts in disaster-prone work areas. The fourth, business and disaster, or B&D, are two things that must be managed simultaneously. Business management in disaster-prone areas must adapt in order to run well. The neglect of the private sector to disaster risks, both hydrometeorologically, geological disaster, will have a negative impact on business in the future. Therefore, the internalization of the disaster mitigation investment into industrial private sector management is very needed. So, private sector should change business paradigm from cost to investment in risk disaster reduction. Last but not least, through this meeting, I fully support multi-stakeholder collaboration so that it runs harmoniously and effectively, both at the central, regional, and global levels, to build social, cultural, health, economic resilience in dealing with disaster and COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there are some important remarks that I can convey in this great meeting. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Muksin, for the speech. And the next speech is about regional network collaboration for saving more life and building resilience in Asia Pacific. Please welcome Mr. Kensuke Onishi from APAT Head Office. Mr. Kensuke Onishi, the time is yours.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Assalamualaikum. And then Selamat pagi in your time, Selamat siang in your time. Nama saya Kensuke Onishi, CEO of Asia Pacific Disaster Management. Today, I'm very pleased with having a very important guest. First of all, I would like to thank His Excellency Kenji Kanasugi-san, Ambassador of Japan to Jakarta, and also Mr. Zahirman Nuabezi, Head of Legal Bureau of National Disaster Management Agencies. Thanks to both of those distinguished guests, because as you know, the situation of COVID-19 pandemic is not in low level in Jakarta, but in such a situation, they came to see our colleagues in Symposium. We appreciate so much from the bottom of our heart. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And then we like to show the short movies which our activities in these 5 years. So please show our videos to our audience, please. Actually, Asia Pacific Alliance, namely APAC, was established in 2012, 8 years ago. Here in Indonesia, at the time of Fifth Asian Ministerial Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction in Jakarta. So it was 8 years ago, already has passed. Unbelievable. Time goes like a rock. With having a membership of 5 countries, Indonesia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Korea, and Japan. The idea of cross-sector collaboration came from Japan platform, which was the humanitarian platform we established in Japan, year 2000. And then that Japan platform was functioned as windows for funds and also for private sectors and the government, as well as the coordination body among the more than 45 NGOs. So I thought such a platform which can handle the funding and also coordination humanitarian response need to be established in Asia Pacific areas. Those platforms also need to be connected to each other throughout the region in order to strengthen the networks of mutual assistance for disaster response in Asia Pacific. And then, well, actually, we are now in process or planning or making a de facto medical kind of marine corps, sending our teams by, as you saw, by our airplanes, also by our helicopters, and also it's very important to deploy our own medical ships to archipelago of Asia and also area of South Pacific Islands. And then already we started the medical ship project in Japan, showing the first boat, which purchased from the local government in a second hand and relatively in a very cheap price. And we repaired and we equipped with medical equipment. And now ready to react against the pandemic of COVID-19 and also ready to go to South Pacific Islands. Well, actually, we are planning to send this boat as a medical ship to Republic of Palau in next September. And also, every year we like to have a new medical ship. It's coming, I think, December, and they're repairing. And we would like to stand by for next Japanese disaster. And also for the archipelago of Asia, yeah, in short, Indonesia, Philippines. Also, we are planning to get such a, medical ships with medical teams and also aviational projectional capability. Means, with helicopters or with shipwrights. We are not talking about our mechanical toys, but also we understand, the importance of logistics in a vast area like Indonesia or Philippines. It's very important. So using the wisdom of private sectors, we like to keep such a medical teams for covering all the Asian needs in case of disaster happens. And also, in addition, I like to say, 5 years ago, we expected such a pandemics would have happened in Asia. And then we have got stocks of medical equipment and also medical goods like medical masks of N95, and also medical gowns, and medical protection shoes, blah, 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 for 50,000 people. And then that's very effective to send these precious equipment and also goods to China in Wuhan, first of all. And then we assisted the Children's Hospital of Chinese in Wuhan. And then that's first action was appreciated by Chinese government. And then we could get the priority on importing such medical goods from China later. So that was great, capability which we could get of having a very precious medical goods. And then we could cover more than 1,500 medical facilities, including big hospitals, dispensaries, and also care houses for elderly people. So 1,500 could be covered by our goods in the time of a right situation of having such a medical goods. So APAT and also allied NGOs like Peace have been working, and also we would like to show our more projectional capability together with the governmental sector and also especially with the private sectors. So this is not dreaming. We are in process of having our capacity of logistics and also projections. Thank you very much for Indonesian people. We actually started from the experiences of 2004 in Aceh. 4 days later of earthquake and tsunami happened, I was on the ground of Aceh, and I saw so many people were suffered and also killed, and also most of the buildings were smashed by the tsunami waves, and then nothing was left. And then just some pictures of the families who might be living there was left. So tsunami itself is originated from Japanese language. So that's reminded me next time would be Japan. So that's why since 2004 we have been very sincerely allocating our energy on reacting against big disasters like you have experienced. But anyhow, we Asian should work together, and then for making a very good tie and strengthened communications with or over across the sectoral barriers. So thank you very much for this time of communications. And then finally, my great thanks to Indonesian government and also our Japanese government, especially Ambassador who is now presenting in the symposiums today. Thank you very much, and thank you very much again. Yeah. I hope we will have such symposiums in other countries in real situations soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Kensuke Onishi for the speech. Bapak Ibu, before we proceed with the agenda, we will do photo session for all our VIP speakers. To all speakers in Shangri-La Hotel, we cordially invite you to the stage. And to all other speakers, kindly open your video.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will take the picture in 3, 2, 1. Okay, once more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you to all speakers. We'll give big applause to them. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Goh Mo Heng, the President of Business Continuity Management BCM Institute Singapore, will deliver a keynote speech on business continuity management during COVID-19, building business resilience to disasters. To Dr. Goh Mo Heng, the time is yours.
Thank you, everybody. Sound check is all right. Okay, distinguished ambassadors, members of the APEC CEO, and our distinguished audience, warm welcome. My name is Mo Heng, or call me Dr. Goh. I'm actually based in Singapore. I'm probably one of the only private sector person who's coming in for this session. Now, once again, thanks to APEC for inviting us, me as a keynote speaker. And today, my focus will be focusing more on COVID-19 as requested by Pat Krishna. Okay, so the objective of this session is only 15 minutes, but I'm going to give you a quick overview of what's happening over the last 14 months while COVID is on. And what is going on especially in the private sector, what went wrong and what is happening. All right, so the most important thing, like what Pat Mushkin has been highlighting, is from a business continuity planning point of view, what needs to be done. It starts with the private sector. Unfortunately, the private sector is not keen on moving into this area because it costs money. All right, so basically that's what it is. Okay, okay. I'm the president of BCM Institute. All these are available in the slides that will be given by APAC to all of you. Okay, I'm going to just highlight two of my past background. I used to be the global head based in London for Standard Chartered Bank, and a lot of for 5 years I've worked there. Every day is a disaster, is a crisis, is an incident, is a emergency. So I'll elaborate a bit more. And I came back and I decided to stay in the Government of Singapore Investment Corp, and that's where we are. So the rest, I guess, there's hyperlinks there for you to go through. BCM Institute is now the third largest in the world. All right, we are just because I'm headquartered in Singapore, that's all. Okay, we provide basically business continuity, crisis management, disaster recovery. I want to move to today's agenda. All right, so what I'm going to talk about is quickly, pardon me, because I'm going to give you a 2-3 minutes fundamentals on BCM and what's going on as far as why are all organizations having a business continuity plan, a crisis management plan, or whatever plan, and why are they not working? All right, so this is basically to give you an insight, and some of you have operations and you have to go back and take a look at it. All right, then we go into what's the new normal. Okay, we've been using a new normal for a long time, and I'm going to tell you what's the new normal after this. And last but not least, it's just a simple parting shot. We are moving away from business continuity management towards resiliency. All right, this industry has been around for 30, 40 years and started with IT, and we are about to move on to the next phase. Okay, so quickly, I want to give you the insight to business continuity planning first. Now, I'm going to show you this picture. When we talk about business continuity management, we talk about IT disaster recovery. We talk about business continuity business. Now, basically, these two are called business continuity planning. Then we have the supply chain. The supply chain is external to the building, and we call it supply chain business continuity plan. All right, so there are a few plans that we have. Now, the reason why I'm highlighting this is because there is a lot of there's a lot of discussion why my plan didn't work. Because you only have one of this, or you have one of this, and you have half of this. All right. Last but not least, we have crisis. Crisis management plan is slightly different. And pardon me, I'm going to give you a lesson 101 on business continuity management. Now, what is a disaster? A disaster means you are denied access to your people, your processes, and your infrastructure. So that's called disaster. If you have a flood, you have a tsunami, you have an earthquake, you are fully inundated, and you have no access to your property, your infrastructure, your offices. So that's called business. That's called disaster. What's a crisis? A crisis means you have a problem. You have access to all your office, all your premises, but you have a problem. So it could be as bad as, pardon my examples. It could be as bad as sexual harassment. It could be in the private sector. It could be a denied access. I mean, it could be a bribery, corruption, so on and so forth. So that's called crisis. So that's the reason why crisis management and business continuity plan are different. Business continuity focus on disaster, crisis focus on crisis itself. But to management, crisis, disaster and crisis are the same word. In our profession, we actually distinguish this because a crisis management plan means you have infrastructure available. A business continuity plan means you do not have infrastructure, you're denied access. Now, next, I just want to highlight to you that there's two concepts that we have called incident and emergency. This is important because incident means something not ordinary has happened. All right, my best and emergency means an incident with zero downtime. Means, example, if someone get injured, you need to have immediate medical attention. Ladies and gentlemen, that's called emergency. Means an incident with zero downtime. Now, why is this definition very important in our industry? Is because organization has one of each or some of this, and that's the reason why when COVID-19 happened, a lot of people say, why is my BC plan not working, my crisis management plan not working, or my whatever plan. All right, so this is basically the fundamental. And a lot of organizations felt that supply chain is not really critical, it's part and parcel of my business. Hence, and when we close ports and we close the airports and the seaports, most of you will understand that the supply chain has been truncated. All right, so with this, that's how the whole thing is all about. So for benefit of everybody, if you find that you do not understand some of the words that I've used, top left-hand corner is a Wikipedia that I've created called bcmpedia.org. Every single term under go under business continuity management, there is a dictionary for it. All right, so this is basically where I'm going to congest about 14 months worth of information into 15 minutes. Right, next we talk about, I think I'm going to conclude what's happening over the last 14 months. I've never had so many calls in February, non-stop up till 2, 3 a.m. in Singapore time. Reason is because everybody is calling me and say, things like, you'll be surprised, Dr. Goh, what happened if, is my government going to close the industry? I say, you should know it better than me because it's your government and not my government. Say, Mao, I want an opinion. That's the kind of calls I get as far as Kuwait, all the way to Kuwait and all the way to Greece. All right, so we had this discussion, and the reason I'm going to sum up why we're having this major discussion is this: all organization has a plan. So, example, just now I was talking about IT disaster. We have an IT disaster recovery plan. When we have a normal business disaster, we have a business continuity plan. When we have a crisis, we have a crisis management plan. And when we need to communicate internally and externally, we have a crisis communication plan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are designed, our private sector are designed not to work against each other because we are vertical. So that's the reason why when COVID-19 comes, there's no integration, and hence what is COVID-19 to a private sector is actually only an incident. And if someone is infected by COVID-19, it's called an emergency because he needs immediate attention, he needs to be quarantined, the place needs to be cleaned up, and that's called incident. And it's only the front end of all these plans. So what is the confusion? The confusion is that all of us has a plan, but all of us are not integrated. So the last part of this discussion is we normally do a plan. We do not involve the health, occupation, health and safety people. We do not involve the security people. We do not involve the facilities people. We do not involve the human resource people. And that's why this whole plan is in a mess. All right. So for the last 14 months, everybody is trying their best to get it done together, and hence most of the program is handled either by a head of crisis management or in the private sector or head of business continuity plan management, and some companies are using the head of health and safety as the lead. Okay, there's no right or wrong answer. Get a person to run it and make sure it coordinates with the IT, the business continuity, the crisis management, the senior management, and everybody, even the building management. So that's why the major confusion is at now. Okay, so 14 months later, we are still having this, but the good news is that at least we know what is the infection, what's quarantine, what's the expectation of our government. The only thing we are not able to predict now is how, when, and how the government is going to lock down and for how long. All right, so this is something that we'll discuss a bit more later on. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I've just told you is BCM 101. We have incident, we have emergency, we have disaster, we have a crisis. So all organizations have different plans, but they are not designed to integrate and work together. So if you have a chance, even in NGOs like some of you are operating in, you will have this plan, and you have to start to think about integrating them now. Okay, so when I was writing when I'm invited to this presentation, I was writing the slides, and 2 days later, I'm based in Singapore, so the Prime Minister of Singapore made a very simple comment. COVID-19 is endemic, which means it's here to stay. My prediction is that we are going to be in this mess together for the next 14 months, at least. Next 2 years, okay, 24 months. And what is the new normal? Everybody talks about new normal. Let's forget about the new normal. The new normal is now. Okay, COVID-19 is not going to go away. It's going to be a bad flu until we have enough vaccination in the world. Okay, so I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm going to tell you the new normal is now. So whatever we are doing now, treat this as a new normal. There is no post-COVID for the next 24 months. So all organization, private sector, like as mentioned by Pat Muskin, very important is to tell people that, come on, this COVID-19 is a problem, is a global problem, and we will live with it, and we will move on with the current normal. And what are the things that we need to consider? Okay, in business continuity management, as I mentioned, it's actually the ability to continue our critical business function, our critical processes, our products, our services. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has introduced a lot of new requirements to this industry. First, we need to take care of our employee from a health and safety perspective, from their safety perspective, and if they are infected, what do we do? Okay, to the extent of vaccination. I've seen organizations in certain countries preparing vaccination, private vaccination for their own people, own staff. All right, so it depends on how fast the government is moving, or how much accessible are these multinationals having access to vaccines. All right, so care and for employee is number one in COVID-19. So whatever we are doing, please take note. We must take care of our employee. We must make sure if they come to office, they are well protected, their mask is on, and in view of the latest H16, 17 variant virus, all masks must be upgraded to a next highest level of by Singapore standard is called 95% filters. All right, so all these are part and parcel of responsibility of a corporate citizen in an organization. Next, we talk about thinking holistically. I think this is something that we don't, because remember we are designing, okay, if there's a riot, that's what we do. There's a flood, that's what we do. But COVID-19 has actually caused a disruption to our entire business ecosystem. Okay, so from a supply chain point of view, all of you will know you're short of material, you're short of even manpower, and so on and so forth. So the supply chain has to be relooked at quickly, and in a very holistic point. Something that's going to stay in our ecosystem is remote working. Working from home is something that a lot of managements are not very comfortable with, because they say my staff is not doing work at home. We have to change our mindset. You will be working from home, and eventually, as COVID comes to a standstill, I don't say end. What will happening is half of your workforce will be working from home, and alternately you bring them back to office 2 to 3 days per week. That's if you're lucky. That is going to be the new normal. You have to start now. That's what I will recommend you to do. Then we go into technology. I think the guest of honor and also the keynote speaker has highlighted this. Digitalization is something that you will not, is the only time in my lifetime that we have to automate, we have to digitize whatever we have. A good example is in all corporates, the finance cannot leave the office, and COVID-19, they are all in at home now. So how do you settle your accounts payable, account receivable when you cannot have authorization outside the office? And that's why a lot of organizations, even the banks, are suffering because of the security requirement. So the rethink of access, the worst thing is the access control has to be relooked at, more VPNs and so on and so forth. Okay, last but not least, for technology is you will see a lot of deployment on the cloud. Let me use simple English. Means we are accessing our information from somewhere, but not from the data, may not be from the data center in your own organization. All these are a quick summary of technology, and to me, the deployment of technology, or rather the rethinking of technology, is very important through digitalization. I give you a very simple example. In Singapore, we had a major problem with we call it hawkers, means people selling food, vegetables, and all these things. And we have hawker centers which sells noodles and rice and all these things. They are the one who suffer the most, and they are our economy. And what we've done is actually the government has spent a lot of time digitizing. I can now buy noodles from most of the noodle shop in any part of Singapore, and they deliver to my house to Grab or Gojek. All right, so basically we have that. But the problem is to get these old folks and not IT savvy people to do this it is a tremendous effort on the part of the government. But I guess it's a major task for the government. And my advice is basically there's no looking back. The whole COVID-19 has forced us to move forward. Whoever is not going to digitize is going to be left behind. Okay, I'm going to be very brutal. And the business continuity has to now realign to digitalization. Means we will operate anywhere in the world. Like I'm speaking for a conference in my house, right? Anywhere in the world. And that's what I mean. Next, we talk about redesigning. Remember, I was telling you the new normal, which is now. Anyone who redesigns office, social distancing, safe distancing, up 1 meter, 1.5, 2 meters. I leave that to you. Health and safety consideration, filters, central aircon. All this has to be relooked at now while we are moving forward. We do not wait for post-COVID anymore. I'm going to give you my prediction. You are going to have a few person operating. Half of your workforce, if you're lucky, operating from home at one time. All right, so the morale, all these things has to be taken care from a separate point of discussion. Okay, next we talk about communication. Communication is totally different now. You can use WhatsApp, you can use, like Philippines, we use Viber, in China, use WeChat, and so on and so forth. Most importantly is there's a means of communicating for external people and internal people, which is something we don't do on a normal day pre-COVID. We have to communicate with people on a regular basis. Like example, if your boss, your staff are working from home, you have to Zoom them, or you have to Microsoft Team them, or Google Meet them. All right, all these are a full change of way we communicate with the people. Last but not least is testing, exercising. Remember just now I was telling you, all of you, when you leave this conference, the first thing you do, go back to the organization and ask a very simple question. If someone is infected in your office now, what is the protocol? Where is your cleaning team? Where's your quarantine team? Where's your holding area? Where's your evacuation area? Which hospital you're going to do the dry run now? What happens if one of the staff is infected outside of your office, and what do you do? So all these are pandemic scenario. What happens if your government, any of your government do a lockdown? All lockdowns are very different. We are having a lockdown in Singapore called phase 2. Our phase 2 is actually just pure closure of food areas whereby people who are sitting together will not sit together to infect each other. It's a different lockdown compared to the previous circuit breaker that we have. All governments are adopting a very different way, and like my team in Malaysia have the CMCO, they are now fully locked down at home now. So understand the scenario in your own country and then start to rehearse this scenario before the government implements it. Practice now, that's my takeaway from you. So in terms of adapting to business continuity management, beside the hardcore BCP that I always I always teach in my course, this is something that you have to add on to your business continuity management program. Okay, I think the last part of this discussion is about where are we heading in due course. I've been in this industry for about almost close to 30 years. We started from IT, we started contingency planning, we started disaster recovery, and so on and so forth. Where are we heading? All organizations, I use the word organization resilience, but a lot of people use operation resilience, business resilience. It doesn't matter. Just stick to the word resilience for now. In years to come, business continuity management will have to adopt this philosophy, which means when we develop business, when we develop new product, when we go into a new area, we have to think of resiliency, and it's a strategic capability for you. It is not about waiting for disaster to happen. It is not waiting for crisis to happen. It is about your foresight. When I say foresight, means you must know that what's going to happen. Like example, COVID-19 is one of the pandemic outbreak, and it's something that we have, like the CEO of APAC has just mentioned. We were planning for 5 years ago. It didn't happen. So basically, the foresight of this is very important, because we have to continue to plan, but now we plan with a mindset, which means we are handling the virus now. And the next virus will maybe worse than this, I don't know, but I am just telling, let's plan for it, because it happens in our generation again. We'll bear the brunt. And some of countries like Singapore, Hong Kong, and Canada, the reason why they are slightly better initially was because we had SARS in 2003. And they have spent so much money, most of have spent so much money actually hardening their hospital and their medical institution. But even that, we just got hit. How many hospitals in Singapore just got hit again? Okay, so basically you can have the best planning and all these things, but like what I say, it is about building resiliency into your organization. Start thinking about operating or remotely. Start thinking about, can this process be run with a few persons but not in the same location? This is just the start of the normal being normal itself. The other thing is always remember. I always when I teach someone, I always tell people a crisis is a strategic opportunity for both a country and also organization. If you can handle this well and continue to handle this well, the country will be deemed as something like that's the place I would like to be. All right, so just now, like example, our Bureau for National Disaster Management has highlighted the economic focus of Jakarta, of Indonesia. Basically, if you handle this well, they say this is the few regions that I would like to be in if I want to set up my operations, and they are more resilient. The government's resilient, the people, the operations are very resilient. So in a nutshell, let me conclude with this slide. The way forward for business continuity management, business continuity planning is actually to incorporate the word resilience in there. It's no longer about it's no longer about trying to recover or resume your operation. It's about trying to prevent, mitigate, reduce the threat from happening. If it does happen, it is to be minimized as much as can. It's an easy statement for me to make. It's a very difficult things to do, and that's the reason why I think the whole COVID-19 has to be restructured to a change of mindset, which is to build resiliency. All right, so that's where I'm going to part with you in terms of this. So in conclusion, what I'm going to do is this. Whatever I've just presented, sorry, is 15 minutes and I'm rushing. And I know the conference is late, so I'm going to just... Now, I have actually built this over the last 14 months. What happened is this. Because of the number of calls that I have, I've actually set up a webinar every 2 weeks. And what I do is everyone who has a question, come in the webinar, we have a discussion. And before every discussion, I get all the keywords, key things and we have readings. So for those who can get hold of my PowerPoints, this is where the readings are. I'm not a very good writer, but it's just pure reading from February last year to now. Okay, the other one is a lot of people asking me, Dr. Goh, can I have templates? Can I have something that I can just fix it and then implement for organization? I've also compiled a list of templates for you. Again, because of the limitation of this session, this is it. Just now I mentioned to you, anyone has any question or any terms that I've used that you don't understand, there is a Wikipedia they have developed called BCMpedia from BCM Institute. This is who I am. I did not introduce myself. Reasons because of time constraint. And last but not least, these are all the webinars that I've done last year, the whole last year, which it was compiled. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is my contact details as requested by APAC. Once again, on behalf of BCM Institute, I would like to thank APAC, all our distinguished guests, fellow speakers, and yourself for spending the time with me. With that note, I hand over to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goh Mohmeng, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next agenda, we will learn much from the APAT member states on their experience from the field. First, let us introduce the APAT local network in Asia Pacific. APAT Japan, APAT Korea, APAT Philippines, APAT Sri Lanka, APAT Bangladesh, and APAT Indonesia.
If disaster strike, things have to move and to decide quickly.
The private sector level and the NGO level, there is no proper coordination.
One country can solve the problem is not that possible.
Probably this is the time where we can hand in hand, fight for the solution.
Before something happens, we should have a contingency plan. Utilizing the power of private sector is most important.
So that is the challenge of APAD, and I think APAD is doing just that.
The idea is coming when we were before in Indonesia also the change of mindset from emergency to disaster management.
This is especially important for us because as we all know, Asia is a region that is constantly devastated by severe events, disasters.
What happens is there's a lot of people who want to help the people who are affected, but there is no proper platform to coordinate these activities, coordinate relief needs, and also coordinate the relief items which needs to go to the right people.
When someone or some organization is in the center of everybody and disseminating all the possible information or locating each specialist to whatever places they are needed, it could be efficient and much quick way of restoration.
We set up also the national platform.
We make a national platform in boundaries of nation state, private sectors, civil society, and also governmental sectors. And then cross three sectors, we cooperate each other. So before something happens, we train people, we notice people, what would happen. If big disaster happens, a national platform helps each other.
Bangladesh is a country of disaster. When disaster happens, the donors come, they got money, and then local NGO works. But then another disaster happens, and the people forget what happened here. So we need a new type of model, so where people can regenerate their economy, people can again back to the normal, and the national platform of APAD offers us this opportunity.
Other thing is how we empower not only government, but especially private sectors.
We prepare before, and also we have very detailed negotiations and also agreements with private sectors. So involvement of private sector is a key of success.
When disaster happens, definitely business is impacted. So we want to ensure that we take any possible action to really mitigate that risk. We've been probably involved in more relief operation, but now we are more strategic, starting off from disaster risk reduction during relief operation and also post-disaster when we do recovery and rehabilitation.
So next, we will have Bapak Heru Prasetyo that will share APAT Indonesia experience on Indonesia's resilience building and recovery in tourism industry within COVID-19 new normal, APAT Indonesia agenda. So Bapak Heru, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings, and may God's blessing is bestowed upon us. Your Excellency, Excellency, Ambassador of Japan, Excellency Kenji Kanasugi, Excellencies, the representative from the Embassy of Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, Bapak Suherman Muabezi, Pak Muksin, Bapak Hengki Manurung, and also Mr. Kensuke Onishi, the CEO of APAT International. I also reached to the honorable leaders of APAT International and APAT's member countries, leader of the BCM Institute of Singapore, Dr. Goh Mo Heng. I would like to say thank you very much specifically for Dr. Goh Mo Heng for the last two advice to all of us that we, to be resilient, need to have the foresight and the awareness of the situations, as well as having the mindset of turning crisis to a strategic opportunity. I cannot underline that more, right? That is something that we have to really look into. Esteemed speakers and participants of this symposium, good morning and welcome to Jakarta. APAT Indonesia is getting into this symposium, not just thinking it last night. We are doing this with some preparation, and our preparation is, among others, coming through our disaster resilience outlook forum that we have done in March and April. The elements that is coming to this event today is actually that we learn about foresight. And the foresight that we are talking about is that the future is not coming to us, but we are building the future so that the future is determined by what we are doing today. It's not something that we are waiting, and this is fully aligned with what Dr. Goh Mo Heng said in terms of having the foresight, but also being aware of what's coming up. The second point is that our work in DROF, disaster resilience outlook, was actually done on a multi-industry basis, also including operational situation, disaster issues, economic issues, and one that is not left behind is the issue of health, when we have the representative of WHO talking about how is COVID coming up and going down, moving onward. So this is our preparation. And because of that, we in Indonesia, for this year's event, chose to take a cautious optimism approach, and put three elements to the substance to be shared. Private sector, collaborations, and sustainable results after we recover. Not something that we recover and we are happy. No. I mentioned cautious optimism as we have now reached the 18-month of COVID-19 situation. We are living with COVID for 18 months already. We have learned a lot during this period. So I am not talking about being bad, I'm not talking about being sad, but this is something that we have learned a lot in terms of what to do and what not to do, and how to improve what we have done based on the learning of what has been failing or has been successful in the last 18 months from time to time. So I'm optimist because by doing that, we are able to make plan. When the COVID strikes first, January of 2020, we may not know what to do and where to go, but that is a total chaos. Right now, we can already plan. Optimism. But the information that we have is definitely still very limited. Well, the pandemic has also mutated in a rather rapid way and into variants which cast doubt on what we thought were right. And that gets us into the cautious part of this approach. We are optimistic that we will eventually able to leave the dark days of the pandemic behind, but with high level of caution put in place. This cautious optimism brought us to the next question. And the next question is the how need to be engineered and nurtured. And the enabling condition for securing the result of the recovery need to be prepared. This means the effort to install and build resilience within our stakeholders' communities. Building resilience on all stakeholders is a daunting task because, as all of us know, Indonesia is not less prone to multi-hazard disaster than other Asia Pacific countries. Can we show the slide, number 1? Why are we showing this? This is not my slides. Sorry, guys. I think we are getting the wrong slides. All right, forget it. It's not relevant. The intersection of several tectonic faults, being part of the volcanic ring of fire and having the second longest coastline in the world, that is Indonesia. So you're talking about being disaster prone. We are not less than anyone in Asia Pacific. In 2021, until March, we have seen 837 disasters from earthquake, volcanic eruptions, forest fire, flood, and drought. Amazingly, ladies and gentlemen, almost 90% of them are hydrometeorologically in nature, a significant indicator of the effect of climate change. We even seen some typhoon this year. Long time ago, when I was in the Philippines, I thought typhoon was actually only for Philippines and Indonesia is safe for that. It's not anymore. Indonesia is also being hit by typhoon these days. Disasters are always a case of humanitarian nature. We are always concerned with damage and loss related to human life and assets. Can you imagine if a big earthquake hit a non-populated desert? Will we all be this concerned? Maybe not. It's about humanity, it's about humanitarian. So that is very important at this point. Now, my second slide actually shows that an economy like the United States, 75% of the gross value added was actually contributed by the private sector. 75% of the working community are actually paid by the private sector. So the private sector, we can say, is 75% of our life. So I will have more emphasis than what have been said in the video, that the private sector is not only to be encouraged, they are part and actually the largest component of recovery when you have a disaster, and they are also the one that was hit most by the disaster. I am comparing the note for the DALA, the damage and loss assessment of tsunami in Aceh, with what happened in the Hanjin Awaji earthquake 1975 in Japan. The DALA, the damage and loss for Aceh, 220,000 people died, 30,000 in Sri Lanka, 125,000 in Indonesia, and other places of the world. And the cost to recover the damage is about 5 billion US. 6,000 people died in the Hanjin Awaji earthquake, and the damage and loss is 150 billion US. Can you imagine? This one is about 5 billion, and that other one was actually 150 billion. What does it signify? Is the private sector get hit most because it is the industry. It is actually the business that was destroyed at Hanjin Awaji. So I cannot say less in terms of the importance of the private sector. The private sector is actually the one that is getting as the first victim, but also the one that can help us out of disaster aftermath. Using, okay, that was my comparison with the, because we don't have the slides. The private sector is the backbone of human and economic life, and thus is perhaps the most vulnerable party in a disaster situation. Okay, let's get back to our 2021 situation with COVID. The fact that COVID frees human movement, the sectoral proportion of its effect is logically clear. The private and business sector is hit the hardest. Okay, of course, you're talking about the people and all those things, health and life and livelihood, but the one that was actually hit very hard is actually the private sector. And they have to rebound the first to pull the rest back and build better. The private sector was hit hard, but they have to bounce back first so that we can draw everybody else. That is the reason, ladies and gentlemen, my friends in different parts of Asia Pacific, why APAT Indonesia see this year's theme of our activities and the symposium around keywords, private sector, resilience, and collaborations. Specific for Indonesia, we see that our economy in the next 3 years or so will need to recognize and grow more the tourism industry. Not only because our country has very high multi-aspect potential for tourism, with relatively low damaging impact to the nature, it also has a natural edge for developing a sharing economy, where a lot of the population can gain benefit with a little capital. So not only that the development is spurred by capital, but also by the enablement of the community to start working themselves. The tourism industry badly hit by COVID because of the need for limiting human mobility must be helped and supported to rebuild the economy, life, and livelihood. And while we have to do it at an acceptably high level, high pace, it should not neglect a critical factor, which is resilience and the sustainability of the result of the recovery. So that when things start to roll normally, we are ready when our friendly disaster give us a visit again, as it always do. So that when, as it normally do. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, holding the private sector's hand to do what needs to be done need intensive communications and common understanding. Intimate understanding and putting mind, words, and action together at the level even beyond coordination, it needs collaboration. So, allow me to close my speech with an intent, a request, and a promise that from now on, APAT Indonesia strategy is to build all stakeholders' resiliency, partnering with the private sectors in a collaborative manner, and we Indonesia will start with the tourism industry. It was just a serendipitous coincidence that the issue of disaster is going to meet the pearl of the tourism world with the GPDRR conference to be held in Bali in 2022. Thank you very much and looking forward to hear more on this symposium. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Heru Prasetyo, for the sharing. And now we will learn from APAT Japan, from Miss Kaori Neki. For Ms. Kaurineki, the time is yours.
Checking my voice. Is it okay? Okay. Thank you so much for Ibu Shinta, Country Director of APAD Indonesia, and our wonderful colleagues of APAD Indonesia organizing this symposium. Thank you for all of you attending today to support APAD initiative in disaster management in Asia Pacific region. It is my pleasure to share a private sector involvement in strengthening the disaster resilience capacity in Japan. As His Excellency Ambassador of Japan, Mr. Kanasugi-san, mentioned in his opening remarks, we experienced massive earthquake and tsunami in 2011. It was the most powerful earthquake ever recorded in Japan. The official figures released in 2021 reported 19,800 deaths, and 2,500 people are still missing. Also, the figure we paid attention is the number of evacuees 2 weeks after the earthquake was estimated to be 470,000. Okay, can I show you the PowerPoints? Oh, thank you. Can we imagine that this number of people needs food and shelters, blankets to sleep, and other supplies for life? All of us share the biggest crisis at the time. Next panel, please. Thank you. Let me introduce the SEMA, the Social Emergency Management Alliance. The SEMA is a cross-sector alliance to provide emergency relief assistance in partnership with private sector, GSOs, and central local government. The SEMA is a one-stop coordination mechanism with the private sector. As of today, 60 big companies are members. SEMA was initiated and launched by Yahoo Japan, Japan's largest portal site operating company, and us, APAD Japan. The mechanism is quite simple. Once the disaster occurs, staff dispatched by NGOs, including APAD Japan, request the SEMA needed commodities or services, its amount, area to deliver. Member companies contribute those by utilizing each member's strongest business area. The shipping companies are also members. The government of Japan also sends relief supplies to the affected areas, but it is slower than SEMA. Depending on the road conditions, in the past 2 years of disaster, supplies arrived in the disaster area within 2 to 3 days of the request. So that we can see the SEMA can fill the gap. All supplies from companies are free of charge. However, the SEMA also actively engages in public relations activities, and in that sense, it's also profitable for the company, showing their customers and society their action of social responsibility. You will see the actual outcomes in the past 2 years of the experience. Well, you cannot see the page next. Yes, the next page. They will see the actual outcomes in the past 2 years, 2018 to 2020. Okay, I'll go to the last page of my presentation. I would like to conclude Japan is a disaster prone country as flood occur almost every year. Mega earthquake can occur at any time. According to the estimation of Ministry of Land in Japan, in case of Nankai Trough earthquake, up to approximately 230,000 deaths from tsunami, up to approx 323,000 deaths. A shortage of relief supplies is one of the biggest concerns, since up to approx 4.3 million people would be evacuating evacuation center by the following days of the earthquake. It is 10 times, more than 10 times of the figures of Tohoku in 2011. It's a nightmare, but it may be a reality. On the other hand, looking at the situation of the business sector, the tendency of the corporate social contribution is increasing. Companies are looking for the ways to contribute to society with their resources. The role of SEMA is connecting needs, promptly provide large-scale support in emergencies. But still, there are challenges to do for us. We need more members in business sector. As the number of companies increases, a more efficient system will be needed next. We are now planning to digitalize the needs of matching system with Microsoft Japan. Creating mechanism to proceed without much human interventions is indispensable for the situation of COVID as a moment, as a movement of people is restricted. We are facing a need of capacity for resilience. I believe this is the time for all of us to learn each other and support each other, maximizing to utilize our strong areas of abilities. Okay, that's it from me, and thank you very much for your attention. Can I return to the MC?
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaori Neki, for the sharing. And now we will have Apat Korea to share their experience from the field. Please welcome Mr. Jangwoo Lee. To Mr. Jangwoo Lee, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Is it okay now? Okay. Hello, this is Yang Lee. Thank you for this wonderful symposium. And to APAD Indonesia. I would like to share today I would like to share best practice of collaboration with the private sector in Korea. So, may I share myself? Okay, just share myself. Okay. Last year, 2019, there was great wildfire in April in Korea, like this, and devastating impact on large areas at that time. I was there. A lot of public people sent a lot of non-food items, but just stuck in the warehouse at the time. No one prepared for this or provided to survivors. I thought that APAC Korea team was failed to rearrange the non-food items and provide the item survivors properly, although we received a lot of resources and donation from private sector, but we do not have enough capacity for handle all of this. We got a lesson from this. We need the strength and capacity of private sectors So after this 2019, I would like to show you this one video, and we are coordinating with the business sector more after 2019 and closely, even in the field level, and having a very detailed MOU for this. This video is the operation with Beautiful Stores company. It is not a big global chain, but they have a strong network in Korea. Okay, I will show you videos first. The box was we provided survivors the packaging with the private sector. This flood 2020 imaged 180 million US dollar by the flood, and there were more than 20,000 displaced people there when I and my team left the field. This packaging process with Beautiful Store and delivered by Hanaro Mart, which the Hanaro Mart is one of the biggest supermarket chain in Korea. So we can provide a lot of non-food items at this time to survivors. And basically in the field, we mean APA staff, just reorganize the capacity of the business and just coordination only. But we can provide a lot of non-food items to the survivors at that time. It's just lesson learned from failure of 2019 wildfire. Yeah. Truly beneficiaries like this appreciated, but very appreciated. And also donors and their staff means Beautiful Store and business sector appreciate it a lot when we provide this video to the private sector and companies. Okay. I will show you another example. This is the package of when the flood happened in Korea. We just provide all the non-food items in the bags. Okay, this is another example. It's working with consumer cooperatives, the biggest cooperatives in Korea and nationwide logistics they have. Okay, please show the video also first. At that time, their store was 9,000, and this store was almost 50, and almost 5,000 people lost their house. Consumer cooperatives provide volunteers like this and packaging themselves, and also provide non-food items and food items, and often all the process do by self. Only APAT staff just coordinating and analyzing the field situation and just report all the situation to the business sector. They appreciate a lot also, and cooperative people and staffs also appreciate a lot for participating in this project. And you can see the facility of cooperative. Actually, they open their facility to the survivors who lost their house. There is a free meal restaurant operated by cooperative. And they open their public bath. They have public bath. They have a big facility at this close from the affected area. Yeah. During COVID-19, consumer cooperatives provide a lot of food and a lot of food to affected children. They support every year as of now. This is not Korean things. It's about the overseas project. Kookmin Bank is the biggest bank in Korea. They support Myanmar just 4 years ago to build the school for the children. Most of the global and domestic companies with offline business in Korea suffered by COVID-19 now, but like other countries. But the result was that the social contribution and CSR of most global companies in Korea and the private sector increased during 2012. Later, I believe CSR of private sector keeps stronger and has more impact on our society. I think this trend will continue in the future, even in COVID-19. Yeah, it's another picture. Also, Samsung CNT was help Bangladesh, and Samsung Displays provide remote system in Philippines. Yeah, thank you. Then my conclusion is that all the capacity can be provided by the private sector. So I hope I can make strong connection with private sector ever now on. Thank you very much. Hello? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jangwoli, for the sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Atea Penaloza will now share the experience of APAT Philippines from the field. Ms. Atea Penaloza, the time is yours.
Hello, is my audio clear?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, hi. Mabuhay and good afternoon or good morning to each and everyone. First of all, I wish to congratulate APAD Indonesia for this year's APAD International Symposium. I am very pleased to be here with you today despite virtually. As a occasion like this is very valuable to us, especially in extraordinary times like this. Each and everyone's presence is a testimony that even with our current limitation, our commitment and quest to share and learn from each other is more valued than ever. So in line with this, I will be sharing APAD Philippines best practice and key lessons learned during the past year. Okay. The presentation will evolve basically on an overview of the economic impact of COVID-19 to the Philippines, the successive disasters in 2020, which further exacerbated the effect of the pandemic, and the efforts made by the APAD Philippines together with the private sector to respond to multiple emergencies, as well as our key takeaways from our experience. But before that, just to give a brief background on what APAD Philippines is about and the dynamics of the composition. APAD started working in the Philippines in 2015 through a local NGO. Through the years, we were able to establish 6 regional platforms in this high disaster risk areas. This can be found in the northern, the central Philippines. We have in Visayas and also in Mindanao. The regional platforms are composed of various institutions such as civil society organizations, business sector, government, and academia. Each regional platform is being led by the local Chamber of Commerce in the effort to engage the private business sector, not only in disaster response, but also in preparedness and mitigation efforts. So in a nutshell, this is what APAD Philippines is all about. So moving on, the year 2020 for the Philippines, it started with in a relative position of strength, with an average growth of 6.9 GDP since 2010. However, with the COVID that was declared by WHO in March, the government was forced to impose stringent lockdown measures to contain the spread of the virus and help the public sector and the local government to respond effectively to the impending crisis. Unfortunately for the Philippines, like other economies in the world, it suffered from the lockdown. The pandemic plunged the Philippine economy at its worst contraction since World War II, since 1945, with the gross domestic product falling by 9.5% in 2020. More than a year now has passed, yet the Philippine economy is still struggling to find ways to reopen. Some sectors of the economy recorded a decline in output. Worst hit are the transportation, with a decline of 30.9 year-on-year GDP, while accommodation and food services had a slump by 45.4%. A total number of people impacted by the lockdown measures is around 26 million. The unemployment now is at 8.7%, or which roughly estimates to around 4 million Filipinos are currently unemployed because of the COVID pandemic. Amidst the COVID-19, the Philippines was not spared from the slew of natural calamities that affected over 9 million Filipinos in 2020. In January of last year, a periodic eruption of the volcano affected more than 130,000 families. The cities were closed, towns, businesses were stopped, and livelihood opportunities were affected in many towns and cities around the volcano. In May, while the country are under movement restriction and lockdown, a strong typhoon hit and left a trail of damage in many parts. This has become a problem. The realization that the Philippines is being visited by a typhoon, 20 typhoons every year, evacuation, which becomes a standard procedure to safeguard the lives of the people, has become problematic. This become a double challenge as local officials are trying to keep safe the people from the natural hazard and from the COVID-19. The minimum safety protocol of physical distancing is highly problematic because of the shortage of evacuation centers. And then, in August, there's another calamity, a 6.6 magnitude earthquake that struck one island province, leaving 2 people dead and over 170 injured and much damage to property. From October to November, 9 consecutive tropical cyclones hit the Philippines that caused floods and landslides in almost the same area. Typhoon Molave, Super Typhoon Goni, and Typhoon Bamko or Yulusi were the 3 most destructive typhoons in 2020, which caused widespread damage in Region 5, Region 2, and in Metro Manila. The COVID-19 has made it even more difficult for people affected by natural disasters to bounce back and recover. Data from the National Disaster Reduction Management Council show that at least 8 of the strongest natural disasters this year cost over 45.4 billion in damage. Given the situation, in 2020, APAD through its regional platform led by the local chambers of commerce have launched several calls for response to the different disasters. APAD's For COVID, APAD has donated more than 1,000 PPE, face shields, surgical masks, hygiene kits in key cities like Naga, Davao, Cebu, or Moca and Coronadal. At the time where there is a scarcity of PPEs and face masks, local partners collaborated together to develop critical solutions in the face of the crisis. Textile suppliers and garment workers were tapped to produce local PPE that were given to frontline workers. In November, together with other different local chambers from Visayas and Mindanao, we've launched a response campaign to help the communities in Bicol. The strong partnership that was built with APAD Philippines Network through the years have been contributory to the timely provision of the needs of the affected people. Again, together with the private sector, an early recovery initiative called Fleet of Hope was born. Fleet of Hope aimed to provide fishing boats to families, to fishermen families whose only means of livelihood were destroyed by the successive disasters. A total of 140 boats were turned over to fishermen with the hope that it will immediately help them build their lives back. Moreover, a single motorized boat can be shared between 2 to 3 families. So in that sense, the rebuilding becomes more of a cooperative and community-based effort. So what are the lessons that we've learned? What are the key takeaways from the experience? One, leadership of the local business sector and local resource mobilization. In the last years, local business sector under APAD Philippines have been engaging in preparedness activities like awareness raising about the importance of BCP, emergency response planning together with other sectors. These efforts somehow enable the private sector not only to safeguard their business, but also to provide support to their staff, to their fans, and to their communities through financial and in-kind distribution. Next, there's a strong community engagement. Through the efforts of APAD, through the establishment of the regional platforms, there's a constructive relationship between the business sector, the government, the community, leading to a collaborative approach in the design and delivery of services. Affected communities are consulted on the actual needs and their conditions. Next is the interregional and APAD Philippine network collaboration for emergency response. This is very crucial, and this really helped us a lot during last year and the previous years. Because aside from the APAD platform members, the local chambers have their own networks and influences, of which the donations also came through to these local chambers of commerce because of familiarity and because of the trust that they have with the local chambers of commerce. And last, most importantly, that has been said and underscored since this morning is the cross-sectoral collaboration. The multi-sectoral character of APAD enabled every partner to provide their available resources to organize an efficient emergency response. And these are the key takeaways that we intend to push forward and boost further in the coming years. And this is what we hope to share to the rest of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Atea Penalza, for the sharing. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite Mr. Firzan Hasim from APAD Sri Lanka to share their experience. To Mr. Firzan Hashim, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan in Indonesia, the diplomats, and special greetings to the Sri Lankan representative there, Ms. Dilini, and colleagues, guests who have who are in person, and the colleagues and the others who are connected virtually. It's indeed a pleasure to speak to you guys virtually. In fact, on an annual basis, we would be visiting there. Hopefully, we should be back next year and see you guys in person. Okay, could we go on to the presentation? See, in Sri Lanka, it's most about how our revenue is based on exports, remittance, and tourism. And tourism indeed has been affected, not only due to the pandemic, but we had this issue even in 2019, that is due to the terrorist attacks, that's the Easter bombing in April. So there was an effect on tourism too. Next slide, please. As other countries, yes, there has been a downturn in our economy. As I said, 2019, mostly due to the tourism getting affected due to the bombing, but it didn't cease from there. It moved on to the pandemic, and we have a negative growth due to the pandemic. But the positive that we see also is it allowed Sri Lanka to look inwards. What are the resources that we have inwards and how best you can maximize? And the public-private partnership became very intense due to the need to formulate or to ensure that the needs in Sri Lanka are met. So government was, in fact, very proactive in creating coordination mechanisms, working within the governments, ensuring that the essential services are in place immediately, and also bringing the private sector on board. Next slide, please. No, back. Okay. So one of the key issues that we had during the COVID was how best to support the government, and the government also was seeking to get this support from the private sector. Even in the initial stages, when pandemic didn't hit Sri Lanka proper, and when it was in China, APAD, in fact, sent masks which were produced by China, which was available in Sri Lanka, in partnership with the private sector to Wuhan. So that's how effective we were as a platform initially itself. But when pandemic did hit Sri Lanka, and it was bad, and this is where we were short of the PPE, and the government also came on board, collaborated with the private sector, and as you know, Sri Lanka has a very vibrant apparel manufacturing, it's manufacturing factories over here. So they changed over from their normal production to the production of PPE. So this is where we, as a platform, APAD as a platform, came on board and ensured that they would support the government's efforts. So how did they support the government efforts? Initially, the private sector did the PPEs the way they could, and we brought the donors, that means the private sector donors, on board, and we bought the PPE from them. And it went to a level where the PPE came to international standards, and we were ready even to send over to the other countries in liaison with Japan and the other countries. And in fact, now that has become a source of adaptation and a source of income for Sri Lanka in producing PPE as well. In formulating the essential services, the health sector came up as an essential service. Attached to it was the private sector essential services as well. So in this concept, in this context, what we also saw was how the private sector could be a complementing, if not an equal partner in supporting the government. The government brought in the private sector, and the main issue here was the supply chain. How can you keep the supply chain moving? The government brought in the private sector, the supermarkets, its cooperative societies, links them with, again, the private sector service providers. Who are those service providers? We have the Uber here. We also have the Pick-me, that's a local Uber, which delivers food, and also it also ensures that taxi services and so on. So the government integrated the available resources of the private sector and the government sector and ensured that the needs of the people were met. Why I'm talking about this is that we went in for a 3-month curfew-like lockdown, where we were not allowed even to go out to purchase items at that particular time. So this is where the private sector came into being with the support of the government. And government also complemented in many ways, where the private sector would call the pad and would say, look, we have been told by the government to ensure that our supermarkets are kept open, but we don't have the drivers to bring the items from the wholesale or from the warehouses into the retail buildings or the outlets. Here again, we contacted the government, and the government provided the military guys to ensure that the transport mechanisms are sorted out. So that was the amount of public-private partnership we had. And again, today, as of now, we are in lockdown, but still that continuity, that PPP works very efficiently. Another sector that we always tend to forget is the micro MSMEs. Here again, in Colombo or in the urban areas as well as in the rural areas, what we saw was these SMEs and these small boutiques. These are the ones which kept the economy going or providing the supply chain. The market chain was vibrant because of this. And these are the areas where our platform looks to support, where if not for the MSMEs, you wouldn't have the larger companies also being very effective. The technological innovations also came into being, where, as we know, without digital, the digital world, how it came into being and how it was maximized during this crisis. So we had the service providers providing all the available resources that they could enhance, whether it was in terms of education, whether it was in terms of delivering food, non-food items, medicine, or the media, the information collation, and so on. So that's how much of energy and the amount of effort that is required to ensure that we deliver. So to deliver, what is required is coordination. As a previous speaker said, it's not only coordination, it is proper collaboration. Next slide, please. Yeah. So when we looked at the localized response, and we had to rely on localized response because, as we know, though we had support from, especially from Japan and the other countries as well, but we had to see what was practical, how best we can maximize or optimize the use of the available resources which we have here. So what was one of the key things that we saw here was the private sector, though they were affected, we also saw them willing to support, willing to help. We had our members, private sector members, coming in and saying, look, we want to support. We want to ensure the health sector is fine. We want to reach out to our customers. We want to reach out to the community. So how can we keep this going? So we facilitated with the government. We have a very close relationship with the other sectors, mainly the government sector and the humanitarian sector, but most importantly, the disaster management center, which coordinates for us in terms of not only disaster responses, but in terms of even preparedness, mitigation, and advocacy as well. So in terms of that, we were able to reach out to the local government authorities, reach out to the larger companies and ensure that the items that they provided went to the people in need, ensure that there was no duplication, and ensure there was a lot of transparency and accountability. Next slide, please. Yeah. So as I said, in this context, coordination was key, and we thank the government of Japan for ensuring that, and also IPAD Japan for ensuring that you created these platforms well ahead. And if not for these platforms, we would not have been able to coordinate and support the government in terms of ensuring that the private sector resources are maximized. So we are still thankful for that, because generally the money or the donors would come for responses, but very little response that we get to continue a certain platform, even if not for the disaster. So why I would like to talk a little bit more on the coordination is, it is not only the pandemic. you would also see quite a lot of other effects that you would have. There were intersecting disasters during the pandemic as well as at now today. We also facing due to the southwest monsoon, the floods and landslides as well. Already we have lost 20 people, and we have also seen more than nearly 300,000 people affected. And as at now, the private sector is on board with the government providing food, cooked food to the people on ground. So that's how much coordination is, and that's how much you would see. You would see the payback in forming these, ensuring that these platforms are available. So we sit at the National Disaster Management Coordinating Committee to ensure that the private sector's needs are addressed, spoken with the government, and also ensure that whatever the government has to say, it reaches back to the people, to the private sector as well. And in terms of getting involved with the other sector, which is the UN and the humanitarian sector, we sit at the UNHCT, the humanitarian country team as well, in ensuring the private sector is connected to the humanitarian sector, whether it is international, whether it is local, to ensure that we reach out to the people, because it is important to understand the CSOs, the NGOs, the INGOs, and the smaller community-based organizations which are on ground also needs to be linked. This is how you can reach out to the last person on ground. So advocacy and policy initiatives are something that is very important, because it is not only about response, but to ensure that the policy or influencing policy comes on being. So now what we have done also is we have made the voice of the private sector heard at the government level, and they also consult us in formulating policies, national plans, and so on. The knowledge exchange through international networks is something that we have been able to do during the last 18 months. We are stuck at home, but as you know, there is a lot of connectivity, digital connectivity, but I only hope that this does not continue, because there is also Zoom fatigue and so on. But I think wherever possible, we need to ensure that we are connected. But in that connectivity, it is also important to have better coordination and collaboration with the people whom we have not seen, but we have just spoken over the phone. If not, we have interacted virtually. How can we ensure that that partnership, that understanding continues, and also understand their needs as well? So it is not only about having the coordination mechanism, but ensuring that the coordination is used for implementation, and implementation comes into being, and it is very, very essential. Now, even if you look at there was we had the speaker talking about BCP also earlier. So what would happen in countries where there is no internet penetration? What would happen to countries where they have less smartphones? There is no connectivity. We see that even in the education system. How can the children not be left behind? How can the e-learning, if not alternative learning, lead to the people? So these are the areas that we are speaking with the government, with the authorities, the education authorities, and we are providing alternate solutions. And APAD is leading with support from APAD Japan as well. So internationally coordinated responses are also being carried out through this system, because we also are linked to the UN, the Connecting Business Initiatives, and the other networks globally. It is not only about our 6 platforms in the Asia-Pacific region, but we are connected globally through networking. So I think one of the most important things for all of us in this exercise is to see what the exit strategies are. How can we come out of this? Are we prepared? Already the private sector is speaking to us how they can be better prepared whilst being resilient, also to see what are the opportunities which are available. So we are working with them. We are also looking at how BCPs, if not, what is BCP? How can it continue? How can it be resilient? But what are the opportunities which are available? So this is important to understand. It is very important to understand how we could be better connected and be ready when it opens out. Are we ready? Now, if you see, we have been speaking to the apparel sector in Sri Lanka, and they say they have orders from Europe as well as the Americans till December. So we have to ensure that we produce that. We ensure that we also maximize it. We also optimize the resources that we have locally, and the government has actually come forward in ensuring that apparel sector workers are vaccinated to ensure their safety, and they keep on going. So this is the way that we need to understand to see how best we can look at better opportunity, and are we ready with an exit strategy. Okay, next. Yeah. So lastly, it is about the search and rescue that we have the links with the government, and it is also bringing the private sector on board and working together and bringing expertise from Japan and training them in civil military. It is a civil military coordination that we do in Sri Lanka. Yeah, next slide. So these are the pictures that you would see how we have created our own team for the last 3 years, and we have a team of 74 who could be deployed here in Sri Lanka as well as outside Sri Lanka. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to any questions if there are any.
Thank you for Mr. Firzan Hasim for the sharing. Dan Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, Profesor Dr. Kwasi Zaman will share about Bangladesh experience about private sector involvement in strengthening disaster resilience capacity in search of a locomotive for economic recovery after pandemic. To Dr. Kwasi, the time is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Hello, distinguished guests and participants present in the venue and online. Must I first thank my colleagues in APAD Indonesia to organize so important symposium in this pandemic area. Also, I thank my colleagues for APAD Korea, Philippines, Japan, and Sri Lanka and Indonesia sharing their experiences during this pandemic and how a private sector, government, NGO can work together their experiences. It gives us a lot of ideas, a lot of work we have to do and objective we have to face. Today's seminar, is private sector involvement in strengthening disaster resilience capacity in search of locomotive for economic recovery after pandemic. And also later on, we have a member of understanding signing of a global partnership. Now, APAD Bangladesh has some experiences on working on those two sectors. So what we'll do today is to share how this thing is been implemented in the field level, these two objectives, and our experiences at the basic field level, how it is helping on pandemic and disaster management. In APAD Bangladesh, we're working with the private sector and the government, NGOs. And in private sector, we got 26 government industries, 22 private companies. There are some of the very, very big companies with international branches as well. And 5 ministries, social welfare, women affairs, education, health, and disaster and rehabilitation ministries. And we have nearly 20 NGOs. And internationally and global partnership, we work about 14 organizations. These organizations together, the idea is what they do is they do the sponsorship, collaboration work, action research, DRR, and disaster management, health and rehab, and development and economic recovery. So we'll just show you how it is in the basic level, in the field level, how it is being performed, these two important things. More important things is that, as my colleagues from other APAD presented, is the partnership and is a united effort together, all stakeholder working together, government, NGOs, and private sector. And APAD is the only platform where private sector has been taken in and been participated, and we are getting much benefit. And I think this is a way forward. So global partnership is another way forward. So we'll show you at the basic level, in the field level, what is going on. I invite Mr. Ghulam Mustafa to now take on and show you what we are doing.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Warm regards from Airport Bangladesh. I'm Emri Ghulam Mustafa. I would like to share our experience, field experience of Airport Bangladesh through our presentation. Community Initiative Society actually working for safer community and safer society. We are working for multi-sector platform, private public partnership, disaster management, and economic recovery. As well as APAD Bangladesh actually working through Community Initiative Society, and APAD Bangladesh aims to develop a sustainable disaster management group inclusive of all people and foster active community participation. APAD Bangladesh, actually national business partners, we have a very strong partnership in Bangladesh in national level, including Bangladesh government and pharmaceutical companies like Chemist Laboratories, B2B groups who are lots of garments and other business in Bangladesh, Square groups. Square Pharmaceutical actually, it's a one of the biggest pharmaceutical company in Bangladesh, and who supply the medicine all over the world, not only Bangladesh, actually in Africa and other countries, USA. The factory also in USA. So another one very strong, our partner Eastern Housing Limited. It is a asset builders, but one of the very good asset business company in Bangladesh who started in here. Mainly they started apartment and other business sector in Bangladesh. Acme Laboratories, bus stop, NGOs, private sector, business, government level, and other organization already included. We are working for another 20 to 25 within this year. Next, please. This is the name APAD Bangladesh Partnership. APAD Bangladesh established, go back please, go back. We established so we go to the picture. Yes, okay. Okay. We are actually responses, APAD Bangladesh responses fire outbreak recently, where 25,000 Rohingya people benefited, and then APAD, and we established disaster management center in 7 division, where more than 2 million people actually benefited, and our people are working to sustain the center after the project period. Also, apart Bangladesh responses Amphan, Cyclone Amphan, where 90,000 families supported from us, and we distributed it in 15 areas. Cyclone Amphan, more than 1 lakh beneficiaries in 2 districts, and it was in Potuakhali and Bagherhat. Also, we are working for the telemedicine health support for the COVID-19 response in India. Also, we provided the tea oil in the Nepal, which is drought-prone area. We are collaboration with Myanmar to support Rohingya in Rakhine State. We are working with Cambodia for the disaster risk reduction, and we developed partnership with the international organization, which is Harvard School of Public Health, Boston Children's Hospital, Oregon State Hospital, Oregon State University, Mercy Malaysia, which is renowned medical relief society in Malaysia, and ADRN, Hope Bridge, UNSW, START Network, and few others also not included in here. We, our global partnership initiative, we all must work hand in hand. It's our global responsibility to build solidarity to respond to the crisis, together to build a better world. Now we would like to show our small video, which can share our most of the activities through this video. So please. Can you play the video?
বিভিন্ন জায়গায় দুর্যোগটাকে আইডেন্টিফাই করি এবং সেই দুর্যোগ মোতাবেক কি কি পদক্ষেপ নেওয়া দরকার সেই সম্পর্কে আমরা বিভিন্ন ট্রেনিং ওয়ার্কশপ পরিচালনা করি এবং এর পাশাপাশি হচ্ছে ওই দুর্যোগ এলাকায় কারা কারা কাজ করছে তাদেরকে নিয়ে একটা নেটওয়ার্কিং প্ল্যাটফর্মের নিয়ে আসি।
আমাদের শেয়ার করা ভালো ছিল।
CIS এশিয়া প্যাসিফিক অ্যালায়েন্স ফর ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট এর একটি অংশ যা আপার্ট বাংলাদেশ নামে পরিচিত। এই আপার্ট বাংলাদেশ 20টি বেসরকারি সংস্থা এবং সরকারের দুর্যোগ ব্যবস্থাপনা মন্ত্রণালয়ের সম্পৃক্ততায়
কোনটার ব্যাপারে বলবো নাকি
কাজ করছে।
আমাদের একটা দেশীয় দুর্যোগ থেকে
আমরা আসলে জিওজ অথবা এনজিও যেই হোক আমরা আসলে কমন উদ্দেশ্যে কাজ করি, মানুষের ভাগ্য উন্নয়নের জন্য কাজ করি, মানুষের অবস্থার পরিবর্তনের পজিটিভ পরিবর্তনের জন্য কাজ করি। সেই প্রেক্ষাপটে আমাদের জেলা প্রশাসন পাবনার পক্ষ থেকে সকল ধরনের সহযোগিতা আমরা সিআইএসকে দেব এবং তাদের সঙ্গে আমরা আসলে একসঙ্গেই কাজ করতে চাই এই সার্বিকভাবে মানুষের কল্যাণে।
ডিস্টার্ব হচ্ছিল অনেক ওরা একটা বলতে চায় একটা ফলাফল পিছনে যাচ্ছে।
আমরা এখন যেমন 7টা জেলাতে কাজ করছি, এছাড়া অনেক জেলা বা উপজেলা আছে যেগুলো দুর্যোগে প্রচুর পরিমাণ ক্ষয়ক্ষতি হয়। তো আমরা যদি পরবর্তীতে এই 7টা জেলা ছাড়া বাকি 64টা জেলাতেও যদি কাজ করতে পারি এবং স্থানীয় জনগণকে দুর্যোগ মোকাবেলায় তাদেরকে আরও শক্তিশালী করতে পারি, তাহলে আমাদের কাজটা অনেক সাকসেসফুল হবে এবং আমরা সফল হব, যেন প্রত্যেকটা মানুষ দুর্যোগ মোকাবেলায় সাহসী হতে পারে।
Thank you for watching. In Asia Pacific region, actually APAD is an international platform which empower a multi-sectorial approach of coordination in its member countries. This unique partnership enables new strategies to foresee how addressing local vulnerability and exposure issues can contribute to deeper understanding of the complexity of disaster risk and reduction, the impact of disaster on the community and region. And APAD Bangladesh was established in 2014 by the Asia Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management, Dhaka Community Hospital Trust, and Community Initiative Society. APAD Bangladesh aims to develop a sustainable disaster management group, inclusive of all people and foster active community participation. And thank you, APAD Indonesia, to organizing a very good symposium in the reasonable time. And thanks for watching our videos. And if you have any comments and suggestion, please communicate us through mail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwasi and Golam Mustafa, for the sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to this discussion session, but unfortunately, we have a limited time, and so we should apologize for only accommodating one question directed to Dr. Goh Moheng. Dr. Goh, are you still with us? So this is a question from Eko Suban. It's about, he said that resilient cities cannot only focus on integrated infrastructure, but also with a smart city concept, sustainability and financing process. Do you also prepare for that, and how?
Wow, it's a long question. You'll take half a day to answer. Okay, I think what I'm going to just highlight to you is that the whole post-COVID, if there's such a word, is everybody is looking at sustainability. I think all the speakers have spoken about it. The water levels are rising, the heat, the temperature is rising, and so on and so forth. So the most important thing is that when we are considering the word resiliency, there's another school of thoughts that's coming in, that resiliency and sustainability. So there is this current thought process coming in, and I am seeing a lot of government, in spite of COVID-19, moving towards the green or the sustainability route. But I'm going to say, from a disaster management point of view, you have to add in the resiliency. That's probably the word I'm going to use to answer a question. Can I have the question again? I can't see the second part of the question. Okay, thanks. So basically, the answer of the resiliency is not a new concept. It has been something we have talked about, resiliency, for the last 20, 30 years, but we felt that this term is English. It's just another word for us to make this profession more sexy. But I think we have changed. I will see over the next 2 to 3 years, the whole business continuity, disaster recovery, disaster management will talk about resiliency. Can we prevent? Can we reduce? Can we mitigate? Or can we not be in that place in the first place? Example, that place has been hit by the tsunami. There's a chance within the next 100 years, it will be hit by tsunami again. Unfortunately for livelihood, we move back there, and then within next 100 years, somebody will get it. So I guess it goes from the government level all the way to a private sector to start thinking about all these concepts in terms of being resilient. I guess that's where I stop. Anyone has any question, just pop me a question. And I'm not expert at government level. I think I have enough coverage for for most countries within Asia Pacific up to the Middle East now. Yeah. Thank you. Maria, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Goh. Eko Suban, hopefully it's answer your question. Okay, distinguished participants, today we have been listening to 3 remarks, 3 keynote speeches, and 6 experience sharing. What can we learn from those valuable presentation? We have Professor Krishna Pribadi from APAT Indonesia that would present the conclusion from today's event and recommendation for further improvement. To Professor Krishna, the time is yours.
Thank you, dear participants. Very interesting to hear all the presentations and speeches. I would like just to illustrate with some keywords from those important speakers. First of all, of course, from Bu Sinta, we take that APAT is looking forward for regional partnership by building nation and community resilience in a stronger way by engaging business and private sector for smooth economic recovery in the new normal situations, actually from COVID as well as from other natural disasters. We hear from BNPB, Pak Zahirman Muabesi, that the emphasis is in the role of building participations and public partnerships, including the private sector as part of the disaster management strategy. And we have been more than 15 months in past COVID that government of Indonesia have tried to deal with COVID through strong coordinations and collaborations, implementing a strong COVID task force, right from national levels down to the local levels of village units. The role of BNPB in economic recovery has been illustrated, in particular at the local level, with the, among other things, try to promote local product, which is produced by local communities during COVID pandemic. And in particular, the emphasis of BNPB strategy back to Bali, for the economic recovery of Bali through the collaborations. So BNPB promoting what we call the pentahelix collaborations, government, academic, private sector, communities, and so on. And the challenges is actually spreading, not only responding to existing stresses, but actually how to put together pre-disaster, during disaster, post-disaster activity together with dealing with COVID and economic recovery. So, in particular, in Indonesia, economic recovery need to be implemented in parallel with coping of COVID-19. There were some good practices presented by BNPB, for example, partnership with international organizations, investments, and also BNPB stressed the importance of prudent implementations such as in importing products from abroad, and also the coming of foreign personnel, experts to Indonesia, and the integrations of international and national local economic initiative. We have also, of course, from His Excellency Ambassador of Japan, Mr. Kenji Kanazuki, who reminded us that Asia Pacific is the most disaster-prone regions in the world, and Japan has experienced major disasters and appreciates international support for the recovery on Japan, and then the long history of disaster in Japan and long contribution of Japan in disaster management and disaster management collaborations and effort to build a stronger Asia Pacific region against disaster. Aside from technological innovation, His Excellency Ambassador also stressed the importance of Build Back Better by mainstreaming disaster risk reduction during the recovery process, in particular from COVID, as well as also from other natural disaster. So His Excellency Ambassador again emphasized the need of regional cooperation framework and the role of the private sectors in these collaborations. The next speakers from Ministry of Economic Affairs describing the Indonesia situations toward the disaster risk, and the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, here represented by Mr. Muksin Mokhtar, discussed the Indonesian economic recovery strategy, both from natural disaster as well as from COVID, through government investment, digital transformations, labor-intensive program, and investment in strategic project and special economic zones. Also, reform in disaster resilience system in Indonesia. In particular, the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, Pak Musin, also emphasized on promoting the BCP, BCM approach as well as ABCP initiative in Indonesia. Other engine for economic recovery, including local economic development, micro, small, medium enterprises that need to be strengthened in the BCP, BCM capacity, and in particular tourism and creative industry, and promoting the made in Indonesia product. So the coordinating ministry affairs support APAD initiative in promoting partnership for building stronger Asia Pacific region through private sector engagements. One important issues emphasized by Mr. Musin is the importance of digital technology and the understanding of new business environment, including the importance of BCM as game changers in national economic recovery. So one most important message from Mr. Musin is to invest for disaster management. The next speaker, our keynote speaker, Dr. Goh Moheng from Business Contingency Management Institute of Singapore. He discussed the concept and approach of BCM operating during COVID-19. So in particular, uh, Dr. Goh Moheng discussed why BCP currently did not working during the pandemic situations because there is confusion, and the main issue related to this confusion is that plans in the past were not designed to integrate, to work together. This is the main issues we take from these discussions, because we have crisis, we have disasters, and in many cases, crisis is not disaster, but disaster provoke crisis. Actually, what is important from message from Dr. Goh Moheng is that now is already the new normal, because COVID will be with us for as long as 2 years. So in BCM, during COVID-19, we need to take care our employees, take good care of our employees in matter of health and safety, providing informations, build their preparedness, and also to think holistic on business ecosystem, about our supply chains, about how to work remotely from our offices. In summary, the need to change our mindset. Technology is stressed as the one of the main adaptations needs, and in particular digitalization, automations, and cloud environment, and the need to redesign our operations for flexibility, redundancy, and automations. So, building resilience is now understood as a strategic capability for our organizations. We need to have foresight and situation awareness to prevent potential crisis, and ability to turn the crisis into resources for strategic opportunity. Next, we have discussions or presentations from our colleagues APAT member countries, APAT member states, and the first one was from Pak Heru Prastyo from APAT Indonesia, who illustrates with the situation in USA, where 70% of the livelihood is supported by private sector, meaning that private sector is the largest part, most affected by stresses, in particular by COVID, and also that's why in recovery we must put attention to private sector. Private sector need to have resilience, which will require multi-sector or cross-sector collaborations. Private sector, in terms of the tourism industry in Indonesia, as one of the strategic engine for economic recovery, mentioned by Pak Muhsin previously. Private sector need to be supported to grow back more for recovering the tourism industry, and they need to be supported to build their resilience and sustainability. From APAT Japan, sharing experience on building the private sector involvement in post-disaster recovery by developing the SEMA, the Social Emergency Management Alliance, involving many private sector organizations as their assistance capability of the members is strongest business area of its members. So SIMA capitalizing on the members' strongest business area of its members, logistics, technology, digital, etc. And also from APAT Japan sharing their lesson learned, the most important one being the corporate social contributions and increasing and the need to that corporate social contributions are increasing now and the future in the post-disaster recovery, and there are companies who are looking ways to how to contribute better and faster. That's why connection is very important, especially for large-scale support. And of course, also she emphasized the role of digitalizations as movement of people are restricted currently by COVID, and maybe we don't know until when. So that's why digitalizations is always one of the game changers in improving the connections and improving the flow of logistics. APAT Korea, Mr. Jarvoli, he shared experiences working together with the private sector during the experience of 2019 wildfires in Korea, 2020 floods, where he found that many relief aids were stuck in warehouses could not be distributed. So APAT Korea developed collaboration and having support from various business sector. One particular example he mentioned is the cooperative. This is very interesting and really appreciated in the relief process in the affected areas, distributing foods and livelihoods. Basic commodities, and also APAT Korea has experience to bring support from Kukmin Bank to Yangon, Myanmar, and school construction. So Mr. Yangguli emphasized what are the lesson learned that lesson learned is that capability for recovery can be provided by the private sector. There is strong need for strong connection with private sector. From APAT Philippines, Ms. Atia Penaloza, which presented their experience of successive, how they were involved in the recovery of successive disasters in 2020, a series of typhoon, and the effort of APAT Philippines with the private sector in distributing relief aids which are contributed by Philippine industries. And also interesting to see their experience in distributing what they call the Fleet of Hope, the fishing boats to fishing community impacted by the typhoons. The lesson learned that suggested by Ms. Atia is that leadership of local business sector is very important. The need of local resource mobilizations, we need to think of mobilizing local resources, which need to be supported by strong community engagement. And interregional and APAT Philippine network collaborations is also considered as useful, supported by cross-sectoral collaboration. Next, experience from APAT Sri Lanka, presented by Mr. Firzan Hashim. Their experience work collaborating with the private sector there, with the HSBC Capital. They distribute PPE from the manufacturer, the local manufacturer for PPE for COVID, such as masks and hazmat garments, etc. Collaboration for re-establishing the essential services, also working together with the micro and small medium enterprises sector, supply chain resilience, technology, and the importance of technology for supply and delivery, in particular the innovations in the delivery of the foods and all the community needs in the form of door-to-door delivery, and that requires a strong coordinations, but to bring the localized response. So again, APAT Sri Lanka advocated for multi-sector coordinations with the example of civil military coordinations, or what they call CIMIC, yeah, which work together and involving also the participations of the private sectors through training and drills, simulations, and to build the better response capacity. Very interesting one. Last but not least is the APAT Bangladesh, which is presented by Professor Kwazi Kamaruzaman and Mr. Gulam Mustafa, who described the organizations in Bangladesh related to disaster management, government agencies, non-government, private sector, how they collaborate and coordinate. And also, Mr. Gulam Mustafa provided us with experiences of international collaborations of APAT Bangladesh with India, Nepal, Myanmar, and Cambodia, involving a lot of universities, NGOs from abroad, which represents or illustrates the success of the collaborations for improving recovery process and better distributions of support and relief. So those are things that I can recover for our takeaway from this meeting. There is one discussion actually between Dr. Gomoheng and Mr. Subhan on the issues of resilient city and the role of resilience building and changing mindset in urban setting for this resilience. But as discussion was very short, maybe I didn't take too much notes on what are the takeaways from this very short discussions. But the importance is that now or in the future, as we are living in a world with natural hazards, those regions or areas struck by tsunami in the past will have same or even worse experience within 100 200 years, and it's time that it's to bring more responsibilities of the non-government organizations, including private sectors, and not always depending on governments only. So those are things that I would like to share with you. Hopefully, this will give you a refreshing of what has been discussed, and we can wrap up for the wrap up of this symposium. Thank you, and I give back this to the MC.
Thank you, Professor Krishna, for the recommendation. Bapak Ibu, the next agenda is launching of APAT Global Partnership, collaborative partnership in business resilience toward economic recovery. We cordially invite Dr. Kwasi, Ibu Sinta Kaniawati, and Bapak Junardi, the President of Indonesia Global Compact Network, to the stage. To Dr. Kwasi, kindly guide the launch of APAT Global Partnership session. Similar signing will be done also in its local network, its local with local Zoom. To Dr. Kwasi, the time is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Hello again, distinguished guests and participants, my APAT colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are launching a global partnership. I'll tell you a bit of background about what is this global partnership means. You know that natural hazards continue to cause significant loss of life in Asia and Pacific, but the losses are also far from unavoidable. It can be avoided. There is a wide range of tools and mechanisms are available to assess, reduce, manage risks, covering legislative, regulatory policies, planning, institutional, financial, and capacity building instruments. Moreover, there is increased public awareness of the need to strengthen disaster resilience at all levels of society as a critical component to achieve sustainable socio-economic development and poverty reduction. And we are experiencing this thing very much during this pandemic. However, as long as countries and their development partners continue to regard investment in resilience and investment in development as a two separate issues, disaster risks will continue to accumulate and losses will to expand, threatening the long-term sustainability growth in the region. It is also noticing all over the world after this pandemic. Ensuring investment should enhance the ability of the countries, communities, business, individual households to resist, absorb, recovery from, and reorganize both in anticipation and in response to disaster events. As in Dr. Go very much in his presentation shows this. These investments should be undertaken within context of a broader development framework regarding strengthening resilience as an integral part of development goals. Government working in cooperation with the international community can develop programs at work to strengthen private sector understanding and appreciation of the commercial opportunities in strengthening resilience. We have seen this pandemic, the richer people got rich, poorer people got poor. So this is very important. The government working cooperation, the international community to see the private sector understanding and appreciation of the commercial opportunities. In today's symposium, government official, business leader, international experts, APAD, national leaders, CSOs, NGOs have joined together, gave presentation and exchanged information experiences. We have understood an united approach is essential for disaster management and economic recovery. So, ladies and gentlemen, our memorandum understanding of APAD global partnerships are enhancing the humanitarian and disaster management awareness, create sustainable impact and improving DRR, establish best practices in disaster management and economic recovery, with cooperation and collaboration of private sector and all stakeholders together. So it is my great pleasure to launch the APAD Global Partnership, a collaborative partnership on business resilience towards economic recovery program. And wishing all the success of this very innovative program. Thanks to APAD Indonesia to organize this very important symposium. Especially, thank you all for your participation and great effort to make this symposium a great success. So, to Sinta for the MOU signing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwasi, Ibu Sinta Kaniwati, and Bapak Junardi. Bapak Junardi, please stay. And we'd like to hear your brief speech. To Bapak Junardi, the time is yours.
Well, since this is the end of the sessions and we have been listening a lot of speeches, I would like to be very short. Honorable APAD country members and distinguished audience. In this world, there are three kinds of people. First is those who make things happen. Second is those who watch things happen. And the third one is those who don't even know what's happening. So what we have been doing today, initiative from the APAD by doing this international symposium, is a manifestations of the first person who wants to make things happen. And I would like to congratulate for these activities. And I believe all of you, the audience, also belong to this first category where we want to work together to make things happen. COVID-19 is a wake-up call for us. We get up in the morning and suddenly we are entering the new world, the changing world, unprecedented, radicals. And therefore, it is required for all of us to understand, to realize, and to take actions how to address this. We need to raise awareness to try to get people understand the importance of strengthening the disaster resilience capacity, either in response to the challenging COVID pandemic, to the other natural made and man-made disasters, for what we are facing today. So the business and private sectors then can and should play the pivoting roles in addressing these challenges, either preventing, reducing, recovering, and taking actions in this changing environment for economic recovery, for future sustainability. And in order to do that, what we need to do is building synergy and partnerships by involving the whole stakeholders, either national or regional. I'm very grateful that to have together with APAD for this MOU that we just signed. Perhaps it is a small steps, but perhaps although it is a small step, I'm looking forward that we can advance the partnerships for the collective actions. We can promote, we can inspire, and we also can accelerate the actions together in order to address this, in order to build disaster resilience capacity, in order to recover the economy, in order to save the human life, and also the future and better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak Junadi, for the speech. Distinguished participants, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, we cordially invite you all to open your video and we will take a photo together. And to all guests in Shangri-La Ballroom, we invite you to gather in front of the stage. Oke, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, the last agenda and as the closing agenda is closing remark from Bapak Hengki Manurung from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. To Bapak Hengki Manurung, the time is yours.
Yes, thank you, Ibu. Mana ini? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Salam Indonesia maju, salam Indonesia sehat. Good day everyone. And to all participants who already joined and participated in APET International Symposium 2021. First of all, I would like to greet the Honorable Mr. Kenji Kanasugi, the Ambassador of Japan Indonesia, the Honorable Bapak Zaherman Muabezi, Representative of National Disaster Management Authority, the Honorable Speaker, CEO of APAD, Mr. Kensuke Onishi, and Dr. Goh Mong Heng from BCM Institute Singapore. And I would like to apologize if I make a mistake for spelling the name, yeah. Miss Dilini Jayawardana, First Secretary of Embassy of Sri Lanka, the Honorable Bapak Muksin, Assistant Deputy Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, all distinguished speaker, panelists, representative of relevant ministry, CSOs, and the private sector, distinguished guests and participants, and also Bu Sinta as Country Director of APAD Indonesia, and also distinguished member of APAD network in the Asia Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, kindly allow me to address our warm regards to you and all from our minister, and we are very grateful cannot join with you at venue as our plan before. Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy are delightful and really appreciate for APAD initiation on this very useful event, and we are hoping that this symposium will come up with a fresh and visionary strategy on our effort to manage various issues and disaster management this day, especially how to win better against COVID-19. Disaster impact can hit everyone and every country. Tourism and creative economic sector is most hit of over 30 million workers had impact because of pandemic. In Bali, now I'm in Bali, in the last 15 months, average occupancy hotel always below 15%. Guide and driver don't have any income. Some of travel agent and restaurants shut their operation, and it's only in Bali. Here in Jakarta also, some hotels still shut the operation and not operation till now. That's why, through this meeting, we should hand in hand to formulate the best solution that can bring hope and certainty. Our minister, His Excellency Sandiaga Uno, after appointed as Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, stated to reviving tourism and creative economy in pandemic situation. We need to apply 3 points approaches, which is adaptation, innovation, collaboration, or in many occasions, he used to mention, we call GEBER, gerak bersama, or together movement, gerak cepat or fast movement, gaspol, garap semua potensi lapangan, by above approach, we believe we can through this all. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, I can assure you that Indonesia nowadays is fully equipped to mitigate disaster. We have an organization like BNPB and SARS distribute from capital country until small district, and we also still have others organizations that always coordinating to mitigate and respond any disaster. For that, we must give them appreciation. But the threat still there, and somehow the threat always mutating. That's why we all gather here to analyze and minimize the threat in future and discover the best formula to face and treat impact neither social and economy. Before I end up my speech, I would to deliver my gratitude to Asia Pacific Alliance or APAD for this symposium. Moreover, the theme of this year, private sector involvement in strengthening disaster resilience capacity in search of a locomotive for economic recovery after pandemic, in line with 3-point approaches as our minister already declared. We really need this collaboration. Again, I would like to address my appreciation to all keynote speakers and all participants and all stakeholders who already spare their time and energy hand in hand to bring a solution for survive in these hard times. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Hengki Manurung. On behalf of Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, will fully support for the initiative and I look forward to discuss. Thank you and good day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Hengki Manurung, for closing the APAT International Symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to have a question together. So kindly open your video. Di sini foto. For global bahasa global, please leave the session.
Okay, that's the thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will take the picture in 3, 2, 1. Okay, once more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you, back to Ibu Maria.
Thank you, Dr. Go. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
We can see for further improvement of the event and any program of APAT Indonesia, kindly fill out the post survey through Zoom polling feature. So ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished participant, we now come to the end of the program. Thank you very much for your valuable participation in this APAT International Symposium 2021. To all VIP guests and media at the venue, kindly remain in the room. APAT local network representative also kindly stay online and continue with press conference session. To all the other participants, you may leave the room right now. And the press conference will be started in 5 minutes. Finally, from the deep of my heart, I do apologize for my mistakes while in presenting this event. Thank you very much for your attention and see you later in other program. Untuk Bapak Ibu yang ada di ruangan, kita berfoto bersama. Kita foto dulu apa gimana?
Bapak di ruangan, kami atas nama APAT Indonesia mengucapkan terima kasih atas kehadirannya. Terima kasih juga untuk partisipasinya. Insya Allah kolaborasi ke depan masih kita bisa lakukan bersama-sama. Semua paparan dari hari ini nanti akan dikirimkan lewat email. Jadi nanti karena ada beberapa yang masih kami tunggu dari beberapa pembicara. Dan sebelum Bapak pulang, mungkin saya minta satu saja bantuan. Teman-teman tetap di sini, berdiri. Pak Heru, nun sewu Pak. Boleh Pak, berdiri saja nggak apa-apa. Nanti saya minta tolong Mas Agung untuk foto dari atas panggung, boleh ya? Ke peserta ya. Jadi supaya distancing soalnya. Ya, itu aja ya. Oke. Karena tadi kalau dilihat dari kamera kurang jelas, jadi sekarang kita minta fotografer benerannya. Okay, Simu Susan, do you mind to stand up? We're going to take a picture, all of us. So make sure you're not blocking anybody. Just, be aware. Burini, come here. Okay. Oh, agak maju dikit ya. Oke, Bapak-bapak mungkin boleh maju. Teman-teman dari Kemenko, monggo silakan maju ke sini. Ya, nanti silakan mengatur jarak sendiri. Tapi we are going to take a picture. Mas, kamu naik panggung kan? Oke. Ya. Because we will actually broadcast this with the other participants as well. Ya, Ibu Rini mau ditaruh kursi di situ atau Dwi? Nggak apa-apa. Maksudnya karena ini kan nanti akan ditayangkan, semuanya akan melihat. Peserta APAT yang lain akan melihat. Jadi kita tetap di situ aja. Nanti kita ngejawab. Mas, mau minta kursi satu lagi boleh? Enggak yang itu.
Iya, di sini aja deh Pak, di bawah aja kali ya. Budi.
Sis. Yeah. Okay. All right, colleagues from APAT Network, Japan, Korea, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. Together with us, we have Simi Susan from the Japan Embassy, and also Bapak Junardi from Indonesian Global Compact. I'm not the one who will be interviewing, but we have Ibu Rini. Ibu Rini is basically the head of Scala Foundation and also one of the founder on Disaster Channel, the media who has actually helping us. So this interview will be actually recorded and will be later broadcasted our Disaster Channel communication platform. Okay, Ibu Rini, time is yours. Thank you.
Terima kasih Ibu Sinta. Saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, Bapak Ibu. Menarik sekali sebenarnya tadi perjalanan proses simposium ini gitu. Jadi kami mengetahui pengalaman-pengalaman dari negara lain. Menarik juga tadi ada penandatanganan sebenarnya antara IGCN dengan APAT. Saya mungkin mewakili teman-teman media yang tadi belum sempat terjawab pertanyaan-pertanyaannya di chat, di ruang chat. Tadi ada beberapa. Pasca penandatanganan ini nantinya akan seperti apa Ibu? Artinya tindak lanjut dari kegiatan-kegiatan pasca penandatanganan, kemudian dikaitkan dengan recovery ekonomi after pandemi. Jadi apa sih kemudian yang dibayangkan gitu ya, penandatanganan, kemudian yang dibayangkan ke depannya akan seperti apa?
Thank you, Ibu Rini. So the question is, how are we going to basically implement the MOU that already been signed between Indonesia Global Compact and APAT Indonesia to be able to contribute or materialize the economic recovery, of course, in this matter is actually in Indonesia. So later probably Pak Jun will also respond, and probably similar question could also be addressed by other local APAT network. So for Indonesia, APAT Indonesia has actually put focus in the next 3 years to really help the tourism sector to really regain its strength, because due to pandemic, tourism is actually impacted. Almost 90% of the business are actually collapsed. So if we could at least help building resilience of the tourism industry, then they are able to at least protect themselves for facing the upcoming disaster. Because to be very honest, the awareness and also the understanding of the disaster amongst the tourism sector is still very, very limited. So we hope Indonesian Global Compact, later probably Pak Jun will explain, comprises of so many sectors, and many of them are also in the tourism industry, or at least related to tourism industry. And such collaboration, I believe, will be actually make a bigger impact or a synergy for us. So it's not only just APAT working together with the local stakeholders, whether that's the government. We are focusing in Lombok and Bali, but we do hope that Global Compact members who are basically having operation in those two areas will be able to join hands and we can actually take this mission forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add about these cooperations. First, before that, I would like just to mention that IGCN Indonesia Global Compact Network is the local chapter or local network of United Nations Global Compact, one of the largest private sector sustainability initiatives. Okay. So, because our members are mostly private sector, mostly the businesses, and therefore it is also our concerns that together the business also should act and participates in addressing these disaster issues, whether this is the COVID disaster or all other man-made or natural disasters. And because we are talking about the business continuity planning, and we are talking about this the need of the sustainability. Now, then, this is the reason why we need to have this cooperation working together with APAD, which relates to how to build the capacity on disaster resilience. Because, and like mentioned by Ibu Sinta, okay, what tourism business is one of them. And when we are talking about tourism business, then we are talking about a lot of impact. The SME is part of the tourism business. And the logistic is part of the tourism business. Okay, so surviving and focusing on the tourism business for the disaster resilience, actually having the whole impacts of these societies and the business, especially also for these SME. So, and so together with APAD, we can work together in order to address these challenges in order to get this economic recovery can be done.
Okay, if may I ask the Bahasa Global team, can you project the participant spotlight screen? Teman-teman dari Bahasa Global, can you please help project the spotlight with the rest of the participant? Okay, so we have here basically Ibu Atea Penaloza from APAD Philippines, and also Hashim, Firsan Hashim is actually our Chief Operating Officer for APAD. I think it's probably similar question to both Hashim and also Atea, because you also have basically carry out collaboration with private sector. But I think what we do is not sufficient to what is the challenge out there. So what exactly that we would do differently, probably, to put it that way, with APAD in your country, so that we can engage private sector more. Okay, anybody, probably, whoever would like to start, please. Chika, your voice, is it still in mute?
Okay, yeah. Am I being heard now? Okay now? Yeah, okay. For APAD Philippines, we've been engaging with the local business sector for a number of years now. And I think there really is still a need to advocate for the awareness raising in terms of like BCP and how they can engage more in disaster resilience in the whole community. I think that would be still a challenge and the way to go in terms of engaging with the business community, most especially with the micro and small enterprises. And then I think we can also start advocating
and coming up with policies related to disaster risk financing. This has become a realization, or what we call the disaster insurance. This has become a realization, especially in the light of the COVID pandemic. Hardly hit are the micro and small enterprises. So I think it's a high time now for the government and for other relevant stakeholders to embark on disaster risk financing.
Yeah, Sita, can I go ahead? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So in terms of how we can move forward, I think one of the key requirement is we need to consult the private sector. Each of the sectors have different ways of approaching the current situation, if not looking at how they can adapt, and also what are the partnerships that they are seeking for. So what we have come across during this last 18 months, it's not only the pandemic, as we mentioned earlier, but also about the other disasters, whether it is recurrent or whether it is disasters related to intersecting disasters. The challenges to the private sectors are very different. So it will be very important to engage them, one, in terms of networks. Or you would see tourism network. You would have different networks for tourism, for the health sector. So if you can get the voice of those different organizations or corporates through the networks, you would understand better. We have come across working with such larger networks which are representatives in their relevant sectors to understand what the current situation is, how they can come out of it, and also in understanding what are the new challenges they have and new opportunities that they have. So if you take us as a platform and a private sector would want to join in, it is of understanding what they would get from being a member and what is a win-win situation that we would have. So it is very important in that in such an understanding to see what we can provide them, whether we can link them to the government, as we were speaking about economic issues that they would have, if not the debts that they have, how can that be overcome, how can the finances be supported through the government. So what is it that we can give them as a temporary measure and as also a long-term measure? But what we have figured out is there is interest by the private sector to be a part of all these conversations. And that is because of the challenging times. So we need to understand how we can engage them and also find solutions. Yeah.
Bu Rini, mungkin ada pertanyaan spesifik yang berkaitan dengan apa namanya the government of Japan, karena memang APAT sendiri ini kan memang didukung oleh pemerintah Jepang. Ya, saya justru ingin tahu gitu ya, kalau kemudian tourism yang akan dikembangkan kalau seperti itu untuk Indonesia, apa yang kemudian bisa diadopsi sebenarnya dari Jepang? Artinya Jepang apa yang bisa ditransfer pengetahuannya dan lain-lain dalam konteks kerjasama ini nantinya. Alright, so what Ibu Rini is asking, if for Indonesia, tourism is actually the industry that we're focusing on, especially with this collaboration with Global Compact. Is there anything in your views what we can learn from Japan? And is there anything that we could leverage basically because Japan is one of the favorite country even for Indonesian to go to. Yeah, so perhaps you can share your views, Susan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Businta. And first of all, let me congratulate on the successful holding of today's symposium as well as signing the MOU. And thank you for having us for today's symposium. And in response to the question about the tourism development, yes, Japan is fortunately having many touristic sites, touristic assets And before the pandemic, there were many visits between Indonesia and Japan. Since we are now holding Olympic and Paralympic Games, which was actually originally scheduled last year, the government of Japan was making even more efforts to develop our tourism industry. For example, providing more English and other foreign language signs, and developing our hotels, restaurants, and so on, not only in big cities and famous cities like Tokyo, but also other local areas that have many attractive touristic sites. Yes, we also had a problem in terms of tourism. For example, Kyoto got so famous and many foreign visitors concentrated in Kyoto, but Kyoto was not really prepared for such kind of over-tourism. So now the city government and other public or other related organizations are trying to improve such situation and ready to accept more foreign visitors. So we are also making progress and still under development of this tourism industry. So we strongly hope that we can overcome the pandemic soon and we can resume our visits, mutual visits between Japan and Indonesia and other countries in the region. Thank you.
There was actually one a question shared with me. Probably it is also to Hashim and also Chikai. This is all the good things that already happen in each country, but that's probably like what Bapak Simisu is actually sharing about Japan and how they're trying to recover. But how can we bring all those practices or learning and then rolling it out to the rest of the Asia Pacific region? So the success in Sri Lanka, the success in Philippines in handling the disaster, especially on pandemic, or even in Japan, can be shared by other countries, and they're able to elevate the capacity, build the capacity to be even more resilient. Probably you may want to respond that, either Hashim or Chika.
Yeah, I'll go first, Shinta. I think that's a very good question. What we are seeing is, I think, this is also would be history in how we respond to pandemic, if not multiple.
I think you're still on mute.
Can you hear me now? No?
Okay.
Could you?
Okay. Not yet. No, not yet. The voice is not there yet. Boleh dicek?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes. Now
Yeah.
it's clear. Thank
Clear?
you. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, all right, okay, right. So I think one of the reasons that we would see under these circumstances, how can we institutionalize? The institutionalization will be the key here, because the pandemic has come in. It would be history someday, but then what have we learned out of it? What have we learned previously? Then if you take the APAD itself, the most vulnerable region, Asia Pacific region, and we have platforms. And we have learned a lot within our experience, but how can we share? I think you guys have taken that step
through the disaster channel as well. Then we are also creating, APAC is also creating the research and development unit. How can we bring all this together? How can within our own countries take this as a lesson learned? What are the case studies? How could we institutionalize this? How could we put it together? I think that is something that we need to take it very seriously, because the experience that we have needs to be shared so that we will not reinvent the wheel. Have a database, put it in. Then in all these discussions that we are having, whether it is virtual or face-to-face, or if some other thing occurs not only in the Asia Pacific region, how we can be connected to the global networks, bring them on board, and then share these practices. What this also would do is also go towards advocacy. You would also see policies coming out of this expertise that we have gone through. It can be the good best practices. It can also be the experience, the worst experience that we underwent, so that we will not make those mistakes again. So I think Disaster Channel, through that, you guys have taken a step, and we will also ensure that through APAC, we will take a lead. And I'm sure there is so much through the academia that we can get together among our countries and take this forward. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Hashim. Chikai, would you like to add to that? How can we have actually your best expertise in tackling typhoon? Because you are basically very expert in handling typhoon.
Yeah. In addition to what Hash said, we have to take advantage, especially right now that conferences and face-to-face meeting is not likely because of the COVID pandemic. We have to take advantage of the digital technology. We have to use the platform that is now that is popular and being used by many, like the Facebook, the Instagram, the Twitter. We should be more active on that. And then we should also promote our best practices and our lessons learned through a very chewable material that can easily be understood even by the community people, not only by the people who are, not only by the leadership, but more so by the community people. So these should be very chewable bits of information, and we should be taking advantage of the digital platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Chikai. Okay, the final question from Ibu Rini, for just since we are having these two most important gentlemen in this room. Any final question? Silakan.
Bentar, tadi untuk Bapak sempat blank tadi. Jadi enggak, kembali lagi yang ke Jepang gitu ya. Tadi kan dalam konteks bencana itu artinya pelajaran apa yang bisa dibawa nanti dalam kerjasama ini, dalam konteks kerjasama ini yang bisa diambil oleh kita semua, termasuk juga kawan-kawan di APAT nantinya. Jadi pengalaman dalam pengelolaan kebencanaan dalam sektor tourism. Seperti itu mungkin yang terakhir sama-sama juga untuk Bapak.
Okay, so it's the final question, but probably relate to the previous question. Is there any specific learnings from how Japan handling the disaster in the tourism sector that you can probably giving ideas to us here, because we are basically happen to be focusing on that. Thank you.
Yes. I think one of the challenges we have is the language. So we, on the occasion of disasters, we have to quickly disseminate information to the people. But the people means not only Japanese nationals, but also foreign nationals in Japan, in the region. So we have developed kind of application to disseminate disaster information, not only in Japanese, but also other foreign languages. Yes. So this kind of alert system is, should be useful. Maybe in Indonesia, I imagine, of course, many people speak English, but many information is provided in Bahasa. So, oh yes. So, this kind of disaster information should be not only these national languages, but also foreign languages. That can be the room for development in this country.
So that application is already available, yeah? Do you think the Japanese company, the provider of that, will be willing to share that technology with us? I mean, it's easier rather than trying to invent ourselves, right?
Actually, collaboration between the government and private sector. So I'm sure we are ready to share our experience and expertise, not only with Indonesia, but with the region.
Okay. That's good. Chikai, I think we have some learning that we could actually get from Japan. You're talking about digital, leverage digital. So this is all about digital as well. So really looking forward to that. Thank you so much. Hajun?
You know, I lived in Japan before. Something that we learn and very important here is that how the societies, the government, the business in Japan are prepared mentally and culturally how to handle and respond to the disaster. Of course, most of the time it's because of earthquake, but now we have all this COVID and many others. So, and what we can learn is that all these procedures, guidebooks, and whatever. But the very important thing is also how, in this cooperation, we try to raise awareness about the people and putting in the mentality that we have to be prepared for any disaster. So this is going to make us to become the disaster resilience for the society, for the business, altogether. I think this is something that we need to learn from Japan, and maybe the cooperation can look at that as another angle in order to do that.
I think that at least those are the factors that we need to consider, yeah, Pak. When we build resilience in Indonesia, it is not about the technology, but it is really about the people. It's really to talk about the culture and values. Some here. Okay, so is there anything else, Bu? Okay, all right. So it's becoming a dialogue rather than just an interview, but I'm very happy still having you, Hashim from Sri Lanka, and also Chikai from Philippines. We hope that we could meet again, face to face, hopefully. So everybody will get vaccinated and we are able to actually get together, having our symposium together. All right, so thank you so much, Bapak Simiyu and Bapak Junardi, Ibu Rini, my very close dear friend from Scala Foundation. Thank you so much, Hashim and Chikai, once again from joining. We'll keep contact and stay safe, okay? Bye. See you. Kalau foto kita masih agak-agak close deh, Bu.
Ya.